Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Good morning, good morning. Got some excitement in the house. I call to order this meeting of September 9th, 2025. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
And Chair Capps.
And I'm here. Please join us in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next up is the approval of the minutes from our last meeting. May I have
Hartman moves approval.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman.
Second.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next item of business is our county CEO's report.
Good morning, Chair Capps and board members. Just two items this morning. One is just a quick note that the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce hosted a State of the County presentation at the end of August. Myself, Chair Capps, and Supervisor Lee, along with Peter Rupert from UCSB, gave presentations on the state of our county. The entire presentation can be viewed on CSB TV Channel 20 on Monday at 6 p.m., Friday at 9 a.m., and Sunday at 3 p.m., or for on-demand access on our CSB TV YouTube page. Next, I want to announce that the winning artwork from the county's 170th anniversary art contest will be revealed live during this board meeting today as part of the first ceremonial resolution using the new design. All future ceremonial board resolutions will feature this artwork, which are now printed on the highest sustainability standards, with the highest sustainability standards in mind. It's on 100% recycled FSC certified paper and Green Seal certified materials, which means it meets the strict standards for responsible forest management and reduced environmental impact. We also want to thank all the artists who actually entered the contest. We were thrilled to see more than 40 submissions come in that represented our county so beautifully. We look forward to showing you the new artwork and introducing you to the artists when resolutions are presented momentarily. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any announcements or changes to our agenda?
Chair Capps and members of the board, I do have a few announcements this morning. I have a brief announcement regarding administrative item number 17 from the Human Resources Department regarding an amendment to the employment contract for County Executive Officer Mona Miyasato. In accordance with Government Code Section 54953C3, prior to taking final action, the legislative body shall orally report a summary of a recommendation for a final action, including for fringe benefits of any local agency executive during the open meeting in which the final action is to be taken. There is no salary change associated with administrative item number 17 from the Human Resources Department regarding an amendment to the employment contract for County Executive Officer Mona Miyasato. The CEO has requested that no salary increase be given this year. Approval of the recommended amendment to the agreement for services as County Executive Officer amends the current agreement by providing additional management leave and clarifying language regarding education and professional development for the County Executive Officer, effective September 9th, 2025. The oral reading of the recommendations with this action is intended to satisfy this requirement. Additionally, we received a request from the Planning and Development Department to withdraw departmental item number 3. Departmental item number 3 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a report on case number 24 APL 6, bidwell appeal of the Mariposa Investment Trust agricultural water well in the Eastern Galita Valley Community Plan Area, 2nd District. And the board can take action on that with the approval of the balance of the administrative agenda. And lastly, for the Board of Supervisors, methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or on an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Okay, excellent. Supervisor Nelson, did you? No, okay. Okay, great. Well, then we'll move on to our administrative agenda. Would any members of the board like to pull any items? I know that Supervisor Lee and I have pulled A26. Are there any in addition?
A7 and A10.
A7 and A10. And then also a member of the public has pulled A7. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Chair Capps and members of the board, that is correct. We have 2 requests to speak from the public on administrative item number 7.
Okay, so with that, I will now entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda except for A7, A10, and A26.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
And Chair Capps, members of the board, would the board like to also take action on the withdrawal request for departmental item number 3, as previously read into the record?
Yes, please.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, thank you Supervisor Hartman with a second by Supervisor Lee. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And thank you to the appellant for withdrawing that. Appreciate that. We'll move right along to the resolutions. Many of you are here for that. The resolutions to be presented. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, will you please read administrative item number 1 into the record?
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution commemorating the 175th anniversary of the County of Santa Barbara with the adoption of Aiden Quipum's artwork as the official ceremonial resolution design in Santa Barbara County. And as CEO Miyasato shared earlier, in honor of our county's 175th anniversary, we are excited to unveil the new artwork that will appear on all future resolutions of commendation and proclamations. Today, we are especially pleased to recognize the winning artist. At this time, I'd like to invite Aiden Quipum to the podium so the board can acknowledge this wonderful contribution and celebrate its place in our county's history. And I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas September 9th, 2025 marks the 175th anniversary of California statehood, a milestone that also represents the founding of Santa Barbara County as one of the state's original 27 counties. And whereas to commemorate this important anniversary, the county conducted an art competition to design a new ceremonial resolution certificate that reflects the region's natural beauty and historic legacy. And whereas the artwork of Aiden Quipum, a local artist, children's book illustrator, and graphic designer, was selected by the Arts Commission for its evocative portrayal of our region's iconic flora and fauna. And whereas the design draws inspiration from historical illuminated manuscripts incorporating the Santa Ynez Mountains, agricultural landscapes, rugged coastline, and environmental symbols such as the quail, egret, monarch butterfly, poppy, and sea kelp. And whereas the Board of Supervisors issues ceremonial resolutions to formally honor individuals, organizations, and events, serving as both an official record and a lasting keepsake that fosters civic pride, strengthens community ties, and reflects the Board's appreciation for those who enrich our community. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby acknowledge the resolution commemorating the 175th anniversary of the County of Santa Barbara with the adoption of Aiden Quipum's artwork as the official ceremonial resolution design, passed and adopted today.
I'd like to thank everyone so much for giving me this honor of, getting my artwork selected. It means a lot to me, and I had such an amazing time designing this for the county.
Actually, Mr. Quipum, I just wanted to have this chance to thank you directly, but also just if you could elaborate, what inspired you to submit something like this? It's not a typical thing that an artist might do. And just if you could speak a little bit to the design so that those of us who spend a lot of time signing these and thinking about them and awarding them to so many members of the community, we will have a little bit of a sense of your inspiration.
Yeah, of course. So I saw the ad on Instagram.
Perfect.
So I was browsing through, my art, like Instagram, and I saw this. I'm like, oh my gosh, this sounds like a really fun and exciting opportunity to so I just why not? You'll never know, you won't know what happens. So I just, just decided to just look into what Santa Barbara meant to me and how I can incorporate my experience with Santa Barbara. And I just kind of was inspired by the illuminated manuscripts of like the medieval times. And I thought, that might be something nice to incorporate for the design. And then, so for like the other motifs, like the poppy tiles, like I remember seeing tiles everywhere in Santa Barbara.
Yeah.
So I thought, a little nice little touch. And then like on my hikes, I saw like butterflies, like the monarch butterflies and like the egrets and the quails. And then, like the coastal regions of Santa Barbara. And then, the strawberries and the farms and the cows. I thought that was like a really nice touch. So yeah.
That's wonderful. Yeah, thank you. I just think you did such a nice job at capturing our county, and I really appreciate that you took the effort. And thanks to Ms. Rubin for organizing the whole the process, and all of us for doing it. Yeah. And Kelsey, thank you.
Thank
Wonderful.
you so much.
Okay, Madam Clerk, next resolution, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Lee. It is to adopt a resolution honoring the 150th anniversary of Santa Barbara High School and the 50th anniversary of the Santa Barbara High School Alumni Association in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Principal Edward Gomez and President of the Alumni Association, Tally Richards Versola, and anyone else you'd like to join with you at the podium. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas founded in 1875, Santa Barbara High School stands as a cornerstone of our community, a historic institution that continues to shape the spirit, pride, and future of Santa Barbara. It is the 6th oldest continuously operated public high school in California and the 2nd oldest in Southern California, serving generations of students for 150 years with academic excellence and community pride. And whereas SBHS maintains a strong tradition of educational innovation and excellence, it offers specialized academies such as the Computer Science Academy, Multimedia Arts and Design Academy, and the Visual Arts and Design Academy, along with career pathways, dual enrollment, and a robust advanced placement program that has resulted in 94% of students pursuing higher education. And whereas SBHS is home to several century-old institutions and programs, including its theater department since 1904, olive and gold yearbook since 1906, Forge newspaper since 1914, and the oldest continuously operated PTA in California. And its landmark main building, completed in 1924, is recognized for its Spanish colonial revival architectural beauty and historic significance. And whereas the Santa Barbara High School Alumni Association, founded in 1975, has provided over $2.75 million in scholarships to more than 1,400 students, helping many first-generation college attendees pursue their educational dreams thanks to the support and generosity of generations of Dons. And whereas SBHS alumni include trailblazers in diverse fields such as the arts, science, politics, athletics, and education, including Martha Graham, Charles Schwab, Floyd Norman, Randall and Sam Cunningham, Jamal Wilkes, Monique Limon, and Laura Capps, whose legacies embody the school's enduring impact on both local and global communities. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby congratulate Santa Barbara High School on its 150th anniversary and celebrates the 50th anniversary of the SBHS Alumni Association for their exceptional contributions to education, history, and the Santa Barbara community. Once a Don, always a Don. Passed and adopted today.
Good morning. I would just like to thank the board for recognizing us. I'd like to thank the Alumni Association. I'm truly honored to be the steward of such a historic institution, and it's going to be a fun celebration. Hopefully you have October 11th marked for the All Dons reunion. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning. It's an honor to accept this resolution on behalf of the Santa Barbara High School Alumni Association. Many of us have been with the association for many, many years and are part of big families that have gone to Santa Barbara High School, including Laura Capps. And this is just a really exciting time, and we hope that we see some of you on October 11th to celebrate the school. It's a free event for the community. So even if you're a Dawn or Dawn adjacent, everyone's welcome. Thank you.
I just want to thank the Alumni Association. You all do such incredible work, raise so much money, scholarships, et cetera. And Tally, I see you everywhere, and you didn't mention your family, but you and your brother, and of course your dad, who was principal, and the J.R. Richards gym. We see it all the time. So again, the legacy just goes on, and the history goes on, and I'm so proud to be a Don, so proud of what the school has done for my family, including my mom, who worked there for over a decade, helping teen parents. So it's a proud institution, and Principal Gomez, welcome. And I know you have a history there, but I'm just so proud to do this on behalf of the county, and thank you for being here. Okay. Moving right along. Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Tony Navarro, Director of Behavioral Wellness, and Pamela Flint-Tambo, Chair of the Behavioral Wellness Commission. And as they make their way to the podium, I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas suicide is a significant public health issue affecting individuals, families, and communities, with 49,316 lives lost in the United States in 2023. And in California, suicide is the second leading cause of death among individuals aged 15 to 34, with more than 4,000 deaths annually, with men dying by suicide at 3 to 4 times the rate of women, often by firearms. And whereas in 2024, Santa Barbara County lost 37 community members to suicide. Though it is a decrease from the prior year, it underscores the ongoing need for prevention, crisis response, and community outreach. And whereas over 90% of people who die by suicide have diagnosable and treatable mental health conditions, yet stigma, lack of access, and fear of discrimination often prevent individuals from receiving care. And whereas it is essential for all community members to recognize warning signs, encourage open conversations about mental health, and promote available resources, including the 24/7 access and crisis line at 888-868-1649, as well as mental health trainings. And whereas the Department of Behavioral Wellness, in partnership with organizations such as the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, is committed to saving lives and bringing hope to those affected by suicide through education, advocacy, research, and community resources. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby acknowledge September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Month in Santa Barbara County, and 1, recognizes suicide as a preventable public health concern and commits to supporting prevention campaigns and initiatives. 2, expresses sympathy to those who have lost loved ones to suicide and honors their memory through continued action. 3, promotes stigma-free environments that encourage help-seeking and mental wellness. 4, affirms that suicide prevention is a shared responsibility requiring inclusive, connected, and compassionate communities. And lastly, 5, supports the implementation of a local suicide prevention plan aligned with state and national strategies, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Capps, board members, county staff. Thank you so much for recognizing today here in Chamber. You know, Be Well brings a lot of resolutions through to you all during the year, but I have to say this is probably the #1 most important resolution that we bring forward, because not only is this a resolution that brings awareness to the fact that this is Suicide Prevention Month, the day before World Suicide Prevention Day, which is actually tomorrow. But this in and of itself is an intervention. Bringing awareness to this issue is vital. The lethality of suicidal thoughts is the isolation and the disconnect that so many feel when they're at that deepest, darkest place and on the edge of taking their own lives. And it's through conversation and awareness and someone noticing. The American Foundation of Suicide Prevention's slogan this year is looking out for one another. And so, you know, that cliche saying that we have, if you see something, say something, it pertains to suicide as well. And if you see something, say something directly to the person. please, reach out and be well. We have training. It's called QPR training, question, persuade, and refer. We have a certified trainer within our ranks who can come and provide training so that you know what to say and how to say hello and engage someone who you think is hurting, because you never know when that may be the day and the time that changes the course of a life and keeps someone here with us and their loved ones. There's been a number already of events happening in our county in the first week of September. Really proud to say that our team was involved up at the San Ynez Tribal Health Center. They had a wonderful celebration for Suicide Prevention Day just last week. Our team was there to support and engage with them in a variety of resources and discussions about how to prevent suicide. There was actually a ride from San Diego to Santa Barbara that was hosted just last weekend, and it culminated as with a ride with I don't even know how many riders. It looked like at least 100 that I could see from the postings that rode. The Santa Barbara Legends group rode up Cabrillo Boulevard and upstate and up Santa Barbara Street, and culminated in a big celebration to bring awareness to this event, to this issue within our county. And then on October 4th, we actually have the American Foundation of Suicide Prevention Walk happening at Goleta Beach. So there, we encourage everyone to register. We will have flyers on the back dais with the clerk back there. So please, you can come join a Be Well team, or you can start your own team, or you can just come out to support. It's a beautiful event. We walk along the beach and through the beautiful Santa Barbara campus. And of course, the Elwood restaurant is open now, so you can make a day of it with your family and loved ones and have either breakfast or lunch afterwards. So again, thank you so much for this. We want to acknowledge that in our county, while we note that the deaths by suicide dipped a little bit last year, and we're on track to be at or below that this year, we know that as of today, our North County community is hurting. And our hearts go out to them. Our teams have been available to them for the past 2 weeks. And in the last 2 weeks, there have been 2 tragedies up there. And so our teams are here to support. Our hearts go out to them. Just really encourage everyone to take an opportunity to go online, learn a little bit more about how to be an ally and start a conversation and be the difference for someone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, next resolution.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 4 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of September 2025 as Recovery Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person, again, we have Tony Navarro, Director of Behavioral Wellness, as well as Melissa Wilkins, Branch Chief of Alcohol and Drug Programs, and Amy Lopez, ADP Project Manager. And I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the Santa Barbara County Department of Behavioral Wellness, in partnership with community-based organizations, provides a continuum of care, including prevention, intervention, treatment, and recovery services, affirming that behavioral health is essential to overall wellness. And whereas mental health and substance use disorders affect individuals and families across Santa Barbara County and the nation, yet with commitment, support, and effective treatment, recovery is possible, allowing people to achieve improved health, stability, and quality of life. And whereas Recovery Month, celebrated every September, promotes evidence-based treatment and recovery practices, honors the recovery community, and recognizes the dedication of service providers, with this year's focus on the 4 dimensions of recovery: health, home, purpose, and community. And whereas the 2025 theme, Recovery is for everyone, every person, every family, every community, emphasizes that recovery from substance use and mental health disorders is possible for all, regardless of background, and underscores the importance of inclusive, accessible support systems. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara Department of Behavioral Wellness and its partners are committed to collaboration, integration of services, and community engagement to ensure every individual has the opportunity to access care, sustain recovery, and celebrate the achievements of those on their recovery journey. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby acknowledge September 2025 as Recovery Month in Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
Thank you so much, Chair and Board, for the recognition of September is Recovery Month, and it pairs well following the recognition of Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. So the theme of the month this year is that recovery is for everyone. And I want to begin by saying that recovery looks different for every single person. Recovery can include recovery from substance use issues and/or from mental health conditions. SAMHSA talks about real recovery, with REAL being an acronym for restoring every aspect of life. So, recovery is a unique individual journey. Looks different for every person, defined by what each person identifies as quality of life. And we also know that recovery is not linear. There's ups, there's downs, there's steps forward, and there's pitfalls along the way. Several people have had to remind me of that this year during discouraging times. And because recovery is not linear, it's hard. It's hard for those working on recovery and hard for those supporting them in the process. So I want to thank each of our community-based organizations that support recovery on a daily basis. We have Good Samaritan, CADA, Sanctuary Centers, Stalwart Recovery Residences, Aegis Treatment Centers, among many others. Each of these agencies have committed to recovery skills, teaching recovery skills, and showing the power of recovery through lived experience. It shows in their leadership, in their policies, and in their staff. Their staff that continue to show up even when it's hard and even when there's loss. So thank you. I also want to thank our county staff at Behavioral Wellness who support recovery through both our mental health programs as well as our substance use disorder treatment programs. And I want to thank our partners in county health, probation, public defender, district attorney's office, community services district, public guardian's office, Department of Social Services, and the Sheriff's Department. Each of these play a valuable role in our continuum of care. So thank you. I'm honored to work alongside people who see the humanity in others, who connect with others across socioeconomic status, race, and ethnicity, because we know scientifically and anecdotally that human connection and social supports are an essential part of recovery. And Tony mentioned that as well. It's this human connection, compassion, and hope that continues to inspire me not just during this month, but throughout the year. So as we consider Recovery Month, let's keep connecting with each other, check in on each other, as Tony said, and continue to support each other in their unique recovery journey. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, next resolution, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 5 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Christine LaRocca and Ruthie Rodriguez of the Human Resources Department as the September 2025 Employee of the Month for Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Christine LaRocca and Ruthie Rodriguez. Now go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Christine LaRocca and Ruthie Rodriguez exemplify the county's organizational values of accountability, customer focus, equity and inclusion, innovation, trust, and ethics. And whereas Christine and Ruthie model the transformative behaviors of collaborative problem solving, alignment with the county's vision, risk-taking, data-driven decision-making, and strategic thinking. Whereas Christine, a dedicated county employee for over 28 years, joined the Human Resources Department in 2022. Christine consistently goes above and beyond, serving as a true mentor and trainer to new staff in her deep knowledge, patience, and positive attitude, while also embodying the spirit of process improvement by boldly updating outdated forms and procedures, simplifying complex workflows, and inspiring fresh ways of thinking. Through her creativity, commitment, and relentless drive, she has strengthened operations, enhanced employee experiences, and left a lasting mark on the organization. And whereas Ruthie, a new Human Resources Department team member, immediately hit the ground running by leading the overhaul of the leave of absence policy and rolling out the countywide leave of absence management system. In doing so, she quickly became a trusted resource, guiding employees and colleagues with confidence, clarity, and expertise, while also building strong collaboration across her department and throughout the county. With her energy, positivity, professionalism, and creativity, Ruthie has made an immediate and lasting impact, proving herself a true driving force for excellence. And whereas Christine and Ruthie joined forces to deliver transformative enhancements to the county's benefits and wellness employee website, turning it into a user-friendly, resource-rich hub that empowers employees and elevates services. Their innovation, dedication, and forward-thinking approach have created tools and solutions that will benefit the county for years to come. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby acknowledge Christine Larocco and Ruthie Rodriguez as the Employees of the Month for September 2025, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Capps and members of the board. I'm Yvonne Torres, the Assistant HR Director for Santa Barbara County. And I am here and on behalf of Christine Schmidt, our Director, and our department to congratulate Christine and Ruthie on their exceptional county service. And I'm going to introduce Katie Torres, they're our Benefits Wellness Division Chief, who wants to say a few words.
Good morning, Chair Capps and members of the board. Ruthie and Christine, I am just so honored to have you both on my team. One who has been here for 28 years and a very new employee who just have so much passion and dedication to the county and supporting our employees so that they can do their best work for our community. And I'm just so blessed that they're being honored here today. So congratulations to you both. I'm very proud of you.
Okay, that's wonderful. Congratulations to you both. Now it is time, with our resolutions behind us, we will go to the administrative items pulled by the board and the public. Madam Clerk, I believe that's A7, is that correct?
Yes, Chair Capps and members of the board. Administrative item number 7 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a funding commitment letter for Breeza and Sina Affordable Apartments, and this is in the 4th District. And we did have 2 requests to speak from the public on this item. We are going to remain here in Santa Barbara to begin with Frank Thompson, to be followed by Karen Howenstein. Frank?
Hello, Supervisors. I hope you're doing well this morning. I'm mostly here to answer any questions. I can't really anticipate what the public's questions would be, but certainly happy to tell you getting close to the end of the journey of pre-development on this project and soon to go to construction. We anticipate the building permits to be issued shortly, and the funding that's requested this morning is central to the completion of the financing so we can start. So if you don't mind, I'll just sit here with the director, and if there are other questions, you can call me back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Oh, Supervisor Hartman.
Is now the time? I do have some questions.
Yeah, let's, we'll hear from the other member of the public first, and then we'll go into questions. Thanks.
And we will now go to our final speaker on administrative item number 7, Karen Howenstein. Karen?
Good morning, Chairman Capps and member of the board. My name is Karen Howenstein. I am a North County resident, and I was sent here by the residents of Mission Hills, Upper and Lower, as none of the homeowners in Upper and Lower Mission Hills want this development. This development is wrong for our area. And just because Salud Carbajal calls the Lompoc Valley the armpit, that is no reason to treat us that way. And stick a development that is satisfying your numbers and is really a bad build in the one area of the county where you think you have the least resistance. You actually have a lot of resistance. This project is quick and dirty. It does not fit at all with the aesthetics of the neighborhood. There are no services available within walking distance of this development. There are very significant and dangerous obstacles to transportation to services in the Lompoc Valley. And I had to look into a similar development by Hasbarco over in Guadalupe, one named Escalante Meadows. And if you go to Coast Audits on YouTube, Coast Audits on YouTube has a video with Monique Limon in it and Salud Carbajal, where they're congratulating that development. I looked into it as to why the property is privately owned still, and that the corporations surrounded the ownership of the land, which gets paid in perpetuity by the state, was not present at that function. Enterprise. Who is Enterprise? We want to know who Brissa Encina Limited Partnership is. The grift and money wash of almost $18 million of tax credits. You guys are going after federal tax credits. This is a grift.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you to our members of the public. Supervisor Hartman, did you have a question?
I'll go after Supervisor Nelson in whose district it
Excellent.
lies.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Hartman, and thank you, Chair Capps. I just want to make sure, Mr. Thompson, actually, we come up just for a moment. I just wanted to ask you a few questions. And I think it's also important, Ms. Hallenstein mentioned that the neighborhood isn't a big fan of, some of the neighborhood are not big fans of this project. And can you just maybe re-educate us on what the development process that you guys went through to this and the approval process? Because I don't believe it came to the board. I think it was something that was, because of certain state laws, was approved at another level. Could you just confirm that for me?
Approval process for this began, I believe, in 2018. It was kind of slow to start. We had quite a number of community meetings. I remember 4 well-attended to start with. And changes were made, actually 3 sets of changes were made in the plan. So that the buildings were made smaller. We reduced the number of units from 70 to 42, or 49, which is pretty significant. And then we also added 1 and 2 bedroom units because the community felt that it was more of a neighborhood supportive of young people. And so to have young people, we moved from studios to 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. We also added a child care center, which is not legally a part of the project anymore. We got a lot split so that the child care center could be separately financed and owned by Communify. So yeah, there have been quite a number of changes made for the neighborhood. The approvals on the project were granted in September of 2022, which was an administrative process, not a public hearing. There was a public hearing, several, before the Board of Architectural Review, North County, which some of them were pretty heavily attended, 60 people or so. Others have gotten down to just 1 or 2 people. So the project now has completed, almost done with its building permits. So it has all of its land use permits, all of its building permits, and no environmental documents are outstanding. So really, we're just completing the financing, and this $1.5 million, although significant, is a part of a total $37 million package.
So I wanted to thank you for working with my office, and I think probably Supervisor Hartman's office before it was part of my district, on trying to make the project better and to fit the community. Knowing that we really didn't have any discretionary process here at the board to be able to impact the actual development of the project. I appreciate that collaboration that took place prior to where we are at today. That said, I've got some concerns now about the costs here. Okay. They've gone up significantly. I think previously when we had issued some of these funds, it was about $440,000 per unit, which I think is already hard to stomach. But now in the last 2 years, it's gone up by 75% to $765,000 a unit. And at some point, kind of enough is enough. It can't be unlimited. I think we are testing those waters here. Right. And I've got some real concerns about those numbers. And, these are taxpayer dollars. They may be tax credits. Maybe we're only in control of 1.5 million of this, but most of this is publicly funded, and I'm having a difficult time stomaching such a huge number, especially since a significant amount of these are actually studios as well. So and I know that a lot goes into supportive housing. I understand that, and you guys have to build into projects that are different than other developers, but this is getting to a place where, we have a big challenge out there, and if projects are this expensive, there's never going to be enough money here to solve these problems, and we really need affordable housing developers to go back to the drawing board. This board went back to the drawing board with homelessness and supported the Dignity Moves projects because we couldn't, there wasn't enough dollars again there. So I think we need the same from the nonprofit development sector as well. And so I'm having difficulty getting behind approving something that's such a large number. And I know a little bit of this is me is me giving my editorial comments on it, but I would like to hear from you on those cost overruns and what drives that, and why we are where we are today.
Yeah, and obviously too, as developers, we push back as hard as we can. I know it's hard to believe when you see the numbers that come in, but we have had a very significant increase in construction costs. Where exactly it came from, materials, of course, have gone up. Impact of tariffs, I don't think we've seen yet. But on these types of projects, when people submit fixed rate bids in advance, whenever there's uncertainty, they increase the cost. And the other thing, we had 5 bidders compete for this job, and among the 5, the top 2 were within less than 0.5% of each other, and they were at this number. So we're pretty confident, unfortunately, that this is what it's going to cost. Did we put too many nice things in the project? I don't think the neighbors would think that was the case. One thing that we will do for the neighborhood, which probably very few people will value, but it's extremely expensive, is that entire shopping center and really that little mesa that we're on had no flood control facilities whatsoever in the first place when it was built back in the late 50s, and that it's virtually all paved. And as soon as it rains, all the water runs off in the street, which I don't hear people complaining about. But under our current flood control and clean water project guidelines, we're in for about $2 million to capture all that water and put it in a basin that'll look like a little lake. And that little lake is going to be used like a dog park probably 364 days of the year. So unfortunately, I'm with you that unfortunately it costs that much, but we've met all the standards. We're through the building department. The project is ready to go. It is in the 99th percentile of average of projects of the tax credit committee. So, and they have a limit of 130%. So if you're at 130% of average, you have to go back and redesign your project, but 100 is well within the group.
Can I ask you, just from your expertise, when does it become too expensive per door?
Sorry, what?
When does it become too expensive per door? At what point does that even test your expertise of saying that that's acceptable?
Well, I think everybody is looking to see how we can cut costs in the future. One thing that we incorporated here was not a relatively new, but a new technology for Santa Barbara County of offsite construction of the majority of the units. So from the foundation up to the roof, so a pretty substantial part of the building, on the entire interior, drywall, painting, carpeting, all that stuff is built in a factory in Idaho, which did save us, I'm certain, probably over $100 a square foot. Now, that gets eroded by the fact that we got to take it down the road and pay for watch cars and get a crane to set it up. The unfamiliarity with that technology probably cost us money, and the on-site contractors not being sure of what they're going to get from the factory and what they have to do. But we have struggled mightily to keep the cost down, and we will continue to do so.
Again, I was just curious from your personal point of view, what is that number when it's too expensive?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, Jesus Armas, Community Services Department. Excellent question, of course. And One of the things that we've attempted to do here was to try to manage the cost increase as it relates to the delay in actual construction. As you can see, this project had some funding commitments some time ago, and we lost the advantage of that intervening period. And so one of the provisions in the reservation letter is a fairly aggressive timeframe, meaning we want this in the ground by next summer, otherwise it would lose the benefit of this allocation if the board approves it. What I suggest we may want to entertain, Supervisor Nelson, is taking a step back and try to identify the component parts of projects of this sort that may drive the largest cost elements. Obviously, labor is part of it, land is part of it, material is part of it. But I think it's something that we may want to examine anyway in the context of what we're going to try to do on the probation property. You know, we're soon going to ask your board to entertain issuing a request for proposal for development at that site. And I suggest we can do some preemptive work in terms of identifying those components. $750,000 plus is outrageous, but unfortunately, it's what we're experiencing, not just with this project, but a couple of others. Fortunately, we're not in the Bay Area where the $1 million a unit figure has been crossed. We need to do a better job of trying to manage those costs.
I would agree with you, that's outrageous. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, I had a couple of questions and then a comment. Mr. Thompson, could you address transit, and could you address the context, the shopping center and the improvements that are planned there? You touched on it, but those were things that the community was interested in.
Surely. So on transit, the Colt, under contract to the county, provides bus service to the Mission Hills area. It comes once every 50 minutes, 50. So it's not particularly frequent, but it is regular and dependable. They also offer monthly discounted passes, which I think quite a number of people take advantage of, and it's quite low. I believe it's $25 a month for a disabled person, homeless, or senior. So you can get good transit from there. The neighbors have been concerned about automobile traffic impacts to the neighborhood, which I guess everybody feels that their stop sign is busy, but objectively, there's no problem in this neighborhood. There's no problem at peak hour. There is no peak hour. Sorry, I'm sure people are throwing daggers at me, but you never wait at the intersection. I mean, when the cars collect up on the way to Lompoc at the stoplight at S20 or Highway 1, I guess you might have to wait a little while there. But in the exact neighborhood, there's no traffic impact whatsoever. So a couple of other things. We're in close cooperation with the shopping center owner next door, and that this will result, we have a kind of a plan between us. I personally have a plan between us with him, not the housing authority, to develop additional, he wants to develop additional small amount of commercial, and I would like to see an additional housing development on an excess 1 acre portion of that property, which would result in that entire 7 or 8 acre area being completely upgraded. Not just flood control, but lighting and landscaping, signage, everything. So I'd like to see that happen, but this reason seen as the necessary first step.
So thank you very much. This project first started when I represented the area, and I remember coming in for office hours, and every sign at every house was opposing this project. And in midstream, state laws changed, and it really didn't require a discretionary permit. But Mr. Thompson and his team really bent over backwards to hear what the community was saying and reduce the size of the project, reduce the population that it would serve, and very, very significantly arrange the child care, as well as improving the commercial around the area. So I think this has been a stellar example. I'm sorry that it's taken so long, but it really has been a stellar example of trying to fit a new development into an existing community, and I think you've done a terrific job.
Supervisor Lavigno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question about, are there different developers that just work on these type of projects, or is this the same as the person that's going out and developing just a normal subdivision without these type of tax credits? Is it a niche operation?
I don't, Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, I wouldn't use the word niche, but there are some developers that specialize in this area, both on the nonprofit side and the for-profit side. And the for-profit developers will sometimes partner with the housing authorities, for example, in the local jurisdiction, to handle property management and client engagement, but the developer will be responsible for the costs. The developers will then contribute certain private money to leverage the receipt of tax credits. You actually have a TEFRA hearing later today that represents one of the companies with the largest portfolio of affordable housing. It's based out of Utah, if I remember correctly.
But when we send out an RFP on a project like this, it's going out to the entire network?
As broadly as we can.
Okay.
Obviously, developers that are out of the area have to factor in being out of the area, so that may limit who responds. But with both the County Housing Authority and the City Housing Authority, there's some excellent representation in our county.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay. Any further deliberation? Do we have a motion?
I will move staff recommendation.
Second.
Would you like a roll call vote?
If we could have
Supervisor
a roll
Nelson?
call, yes, thank you.
Okay. Let's do a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino? Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
And Chair Capps?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next administrative item that's been pulled. I believe it's A10.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 10 is from the County Executive Office, and it is to approve budget revision request numbers 10781, 10785, 10794, 10796, 10797, and 10798, and these all require a 4/5 vote.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson, I believe you pulled this. Would
Yes,
you
I
like
did. Thank you,
to
Chair. Yeah,
speak?
thank you, Chair. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you're fine. Go for it.
I'm pulling this for 10785, which is the Public Works reimbursement to P&D for the circulation element. My concern here is that we're pulling from development impact fees to pay for the circulation element in the Glida and Orchid areas. And then for the rest of the circulation element, we're funding that with general fund dollars. I know that we legally can do it. Doesn't necessarily mean it's the right thing to do. The rest of the county is paying for this through the general fund allocation to planning and development, but Orchid and Goleta residents are paying twice. They're paying both in their general fund contribution, their property tax, and through a developer fund. I like to see those funds be conserved for projects, not for planning. This is something that we have to do anyway, and so so I have a philosophical perspective on this, that this should really be spent with the allocation that they already got from the board on this project, and shouldn't be tapping into these development impact funds for this purpose. So I can't support it. I don't know if staff has any comment on that, on budgetarily wise, how that all works, but it's not something that I don't, when the rest of the county, and especially the rest of the unincorporated area, that's just being paid for generally, I think it's unfortunate to disadvantage the unincorporated areas that actually have some of these funds and fees set up to promote infrastructure improvements, and I don't want to see them diluted with this type of expenditure.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that's a good point, and I just wanted to highlight that I do agree that there's Orchid and also Goleta, they're complex areas, and for us to be able to move forward with these developments and make sure we have enough input, we have to use certain funds. And as you mentioned, Orchid, TIP, has some eligible criteria for usage of funds, and traffic modeling updates is one of them, as you mentioned. But I just wanted to highlight that we do see that there's good amount of safety we see in funds. So we have a balance of $2.6 million in OTIP and $4.3 million in GTIP. So we have enough funds for us to be able to address more important projects like, Hummel, signal upgrades, and also widening of UVP corridor, and also in the South County, things like Turnpike, signal upgrades. So we do have those funds for future design efforts that we can use OTIP and GTIP funds for, but this was a marginal amount we used to be able to move forward with those projects.
Supervisors, if I may add, so thank you for raising that question, Supervisor Nelson. So just for the rest of the board, these are developer impact fees that were paid, and as we said, for newer areas likely because of Orcutt and Goleta, and as part of the transportation plan, when the fees are assessed, traffic modeling is included as a intended use. So as part of the circulation element, there's traffic modeling, and as Mustafa said, Public Works had said it'd be better to have that traffic modeling be done as part of the circulation element. And there is a large balance, you said, in both of those, in those funds for other important uses. I understand Supervisor Nelson's philosophical perspective. The amount given to P&D for the circulation element, I don't remember how much it is, but they wouldn't be doing this if they had sufficient funding, is my guess.
I can just offer up, Supervisor Nelson through the chair, that the total cost of the modeling is about $185,000. And in order for us to fund it, we did work with Public Works. And out of the OTIP, it's about $41,000 that would be contributing, and then the GTIP would be contributing about $54,000. And so if we didn't have that money, it's about $100,000 of additional general fund money we would need for the circulation element.
All right, I've got another question based on that, because that's not what this budget adjustment's for. So budget adjustments for $60,000, with $25,000 coming from Orcutt and $34,000 coming from Goleta. So those are new numbers. So that's even of greater concern.
Those are the total numbers in the contract, and I think it is being done in phases, the budget adjustment for the work that's going to be done currently. That's my understanding of it.
Again, this is being, but for the rest of the county, it's being paid for out of general fund allocation?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Again, it is a small number in comparison to what's in the balance. Totally understand that. But there are some projects on the horizon. That's why we're building up those balances so that we can install some significant projects. I know it's a funding source that's available, but again, philosophically, they're paying general fund and there's development impact fees, so those areas are paying twice. And so where other areas like San Ynez or Montecito or other unincorporated areas are only paying once because they're just paying for that project through their general fund allocation. So that's why I would prefer not to be using this for general circulation element or something that we're doing on a planning level countywide. If it's something specific, like if it was a UVP extension that we're trying to do, that's a very Orcutt specific project, and so tapping into those development impact funds there, that makes a lot of sense to me. But when it's something like this that's as broad as this is, I think that this is a misuse of those funds, and I'd rather keep those for actual development projects that we can use to benefit those communities in which those funds were generated. So I can't support this, but and I would prefer that we don't do that again in the future.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I wouldn't say it's a misuse of the funds. It's in there. We're using it for a stated purpose. So it's not a misuse. You're just saying, hey, I would rather have it come out of the general fund than that.
More philosophical,
Okay,
correct?
right.
Yeah, no, it's in there as a stated use. It can
Right.
be used for that. That's a discretion of our board and staff.
Understood. Okay, thanks.
Fair enough. Other Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, I had a question for Director Plowman or Public Works as well. The traffic modeling, I know we all went on a field trip around Goleta talking about traffic models and the impacts that would result from the increased density under our housing element in that area. And the city of Goleta is doing modeling and we're doing modeling. Is this modeling related to that?
Yes, so as Director Plowman mentioned, there was an update to the second phase of this effort, and in that second phase, we were able to incorporate the Goleta modeling effort. So we are talking in like in a central format about like all the changes that are happening in the area. So yes, the answer is Goleta model is included in our effort.
Right, and so that's very specific and with a real benefit, and so I'm very supportive of this from the perspective of Goleta.
Chair, I have one more question
Yes,
for
sir.
staff. So I know this has nothing to do with the reason why we pulled it, but since we're talking about traffic studying and modeling, one of my pet peeves is the lack of technology and signaling. It just seems like we are, the whole country, it seems like we're in the 1970s. I'm sitting at a light, burning fossil fuels. There's nobody coming, and I'm sitting there waiting for 45 seconds, a minute, with 30 cars behind me. And I know, and everybody behind me knows, nobody's coming, but the signal light doesn't know. What's happening in that realm where that's going to fix that problem and help all of us?
We got a pop quiz for you.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
So great question. I'm sorry to say that we need funding for updating those cameras that we have in some of those intersections. Unfortunately, some intersections do not even have cameras to be able to collect that data. There's also loop detectors on the ground that collects that information, but that's an outdated technology. But there's technology that right now with the AI can pick up many signals more than just like, selecting a box on a corner of the intersection to be able to see if there's a car in there or
Right.
not. So the technology is out there, but all we need is
Money. So, yeah, it'd be interesting. I'll talk to you offline about how much that would cost, because I think there is a significant cost savings to the traveling public and to the environment and everything else. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense anymore. All right, thanks.
No, and I echo, I'm now in Goleta every morning, not burning fossil fuels, but waiting in line at that traffic stop that we toured specifically. So happy to see this moving forward.
So
Supervisor Hartman.
I'll move staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, let's do another roll call vote on this one. Please, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
I'm going to abstain on this one. I haven't really studied it enough I wasn't anticipated on thinking about this today, so sorry.
Oh, it's 4/5.
So we won't.
4/5.
It'll fail.
I'll move it, and sorry, Bob. It's a minimal amount of money, and it's an intended use. I voted against Bob twice today, so I don't like to make that a habit.
It's not
Sorry.
personal.
Okay.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
And Chair Capps?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move to our last administrative item that has been pulled, A26.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 26 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to approve the appointment of Catherine Kate Ford to the Planning Commission, term ending January 7th, 2027, and this is in the 2nd District.
Okay, well, I pulled this as well as Supervisor Lee, but we're fighting for who gets to speak first. I'm just very pleased to nominate Kate Ford to the Planning Commission, and I would like to say a big thanks to Commissioner Bridley, who has resigned from the Planning Commission after excellent 6 years, appointed by my predecessor, Supervisor Hart, particularly for helping navigate a very challenging housing element where the vast majority, as you've heard me say many times, 75% of the new housing was in District 2. And Commissioner Bridley did an excellent job helping me navigate that. But now it's time to appoint a new commissioner, and I could not put forward a name with more confidence and trust than Kate Ford. I have three reasons why I'm asking this board to please join me in supporting her. Number one is I just watched the Planning Commission hearing related to an upcoming item later in today, and it reminded me why I love this work that we do. We get to, up here in government, we have to be, with the metaphor, good at both microscopes and telescopes. Microscopes, particularly on the Planning Commission, you have to be able to get very detail-oriented on the policy and the law. You also have to be good at the telescope, being able to zoom out, look at the big picture, look at the politics, look at the district, look at your constituents. And I've seen up close, serving with Kate Ford on the school board, she's able to do that better than anyone I've seen. She's extremely detail-oriented, does her homework, does the research. So that's point number one. Point number two is we were in the trenches together on the school board during a pandemic where there was no roadmap. There were often no right answers on many of the things that we had to do. People were mad at us no matter what we did, and she approached these decisions not from ideology, but from just trying to achieve balance. And I saw that integrity up close every day, and I know that that's the kind of commissioner she will be because, again, I've seen it, and I know that she'll bring that to this commission and be a real asset. And finally, she's a heck of a lot of fun. She has a background as an educator, as a superintendent, as a principal. She loves kids. She has a theater background. She's sailing. She runs an excellent meeting. Probably the best meeting I've ever seen run is her school board meetings, often in a fishbowl, often until 12:30 in the morning. So she is a really fun person to work with, and I think that your commissioners will welcome her and say the same after serving with her. So that's why I put her nomination forward after much thought to this position. I understand what it means to be a planning commissioner. I think we know better than any of us in the county how important this role is, what the work that they do. It's painstaking. It's often unheralded. It's one of these behind-the-scenes jobs that has a huge impact on our county. So it's with great pride and gratitude that she's willing to serve and that I get to put forward her nomination. Supervisor Lee.
Well, I agree with you 100%. I want to say to Kate, we are very fortunate as a county and as a community to have you serve on the County Planning Commission. And thank you for finding someone so amazing. So I fully support this.
Thank you. Okay, well, I don't know if there's any other comments or if we can just do a vote for Kate Ford. I would love to put forward the motion to nominate Kate Ford for the Planning Commission.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries, and I did bring, in spirit of the olive and gold, because she is of Dawn, I'm going to go give her these flowers. Thank you, Kate.
That would be you, though. Bulletproof, yeah. Microscope.
Ms. Capps said that I could say a couple words. I never turned down an opportunity for the microphone. But I want to thank you so much, Chair Capps, for your confidence and your lovely support, Supervisor Lee, and now the trust that all of you have in me. As I was sitting in the audience, I was thinking, I'm feeling like this is American Idol, if you've ever seen it. Like today, I get the golden ticket, and it's really now my turn to go forth and serve the community and make you proud. So thank you very much.
Okay. Wonderful. Thanks for moving. We're done now with the administrative agenda, and we'll move on to public comment. Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 6 requests to speak in general public comment today. We are going to remain here in Santa Barbara to begin with Liam Gallo, to be followed by Eileen Boris. Liam?
Hello, members of the board. I came to you in crisis some months ago about AmeriCorps stuff, and I figured it would be gauche to not come back when things are looking good. So I have mostly good news to convey. So AmeriCorps, just for everyone's knowledge, that is public service programs that are funded by the federal government. An AmeriCorps member serves for one service year. They receive a living stipend and a $10,000 education award to deliver some community impact. That can be tutoring in schools, expanding economic opportunity for lower income families, and in our case, it can be housing people from homelessness. So for more context, in April, there was a DOJ-instructed cut of AmeriCorps funding on the order of $400 million. That is like 50% of the budget, just all of a sudden taken away. In June, on June 5th, an injunction was ordered that negates that cut. So funding was restored for programs that survived the chaos. We were one of those programs. July 31st, a Senate Appropriations Committee approved near-level funding for AmeriCorps. That was great news. I was jumping in my seat for that one. In September, this month, on the 3rd, a House Appropriations Committee presented a fiscal bill that halves AmeriCorps funding. I was seated for that news because it was bad. Where are we now with AmeriCorps? Things are massively in flux. There have been many proposed changes to AmeriCorps alongside the budget revisions. Our state commission has told us that in meetings with other commissions across the country, it is believed that things will settle into level funding, but the issue needs to remain visible and advocacy needs to continue. So here I am, an arm of that advocacy. What do all these shakeups mean locally? So our local AmeriCorps program took AmeriCorps members and had them connect people to housing. Were we to stop in April when we were instructed to be cut, if we were to lay off the staff and send AmeriCorps members home, 20 people would have not gotten into permanent housing, and we would not have transitioned 86 people into shelters. Those people would have remained on the streets if we were to give up. So I'm very proud of that. I'm proud of my AmeriCorps members. It's because of local foundations, our service partners, and the supervisors that stood in solidarity with us that I'm happy to say we're starting another service year this month. Our orientation will start the week of September 22nd. We're aiming to serve 2,000 individuals. We're aiming to house 160 of those people over the course of a year. We've been approached by the state for matching funds. That's really exciting. I can't disclose the amount because it hasn't been approved by their legal team, but that would expand our capacity to do the service corps idea that I presented to you all months ago. I know that there was a lot of interest about that. Just for your information, a service corps would, now based on the meetings that I've had, coordinate on resource development for AmeriCorps programs in a region. So we would become the prime grantee for a bunch of people that are seeking more resources. It would support AmeriCorps members through life changes and emergencies and connect community impact to organizations that want to serve. Also, thank you, Steve, Bob, Laura, for your commitments financially. Laura, thank you for coming to speak at our graduation. I want to thank all the supervisors for validating our program in that time of crisis, for really being there for us. That meant a lot, and I think it's the reason why we're still chugging along. Because no one told me to stop speaking. I'm going to continue to brag. Our retention rate is higher than it's ever been. Our enrollment is at 100% for this coming service year. It's never been like that. So in the face of crisis, we just decided we're going to do even better. So
Thank you, Liam. That is your time.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
We will now go to Eileen Boris, to be followed by Larry Barrett. Eileen?
Okay, I'm a little short here. I'm Eileen Boris, and I'm the Hull Professor of Feminist Studies at UCSB, and I'm an expert on home care. I'm the author of the prize-winning Caring for America, Home Health Workers in the Shadow of the Welfare State, and a PI of a current Ford Foundation-funded study on conditions of home care work. I don't have to tell you that the wages of care in this county, $18.67 an hour, are too low for households here to sufficiently make ends meet. Yet we pay less than surrounding counties, both Ventura and SLO. I don't have to remind you that these are essential workers, mostly women tending to household members who save the county plenty compared to the cost of institutionalization. You well know that IHSS workers allow the frail elderly and people with disabilities to live with dignity while giving up their own future security in retirement and pushing many of these households into poverty. The documented shortage of home care workers, which will only increase given our aging population, given the conditions of immigration, and a whole bunch of issues in this county, will only increase the shortage from the low pay. Yet IHS workers, under your proposals, will still earn less than fast food workers, whose $22 an hour California has mandated. Now, what's the difference? That business pays for the one, the fast food worker, and government the other? I'd like you to consider, in these times of federal cuts to Medicaid, of state cutbacks, the county, we the taxpayers of Santa Barbara, are the last line of defense. We must protect the lives of our residents. Budgets reflect our values. Value the labor of care and pay IHS workers what they are worth. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Larry Barrett, to be followed by Willie Lubka. Larry?
Members of the board, chair of the chair, my name is Larry Barrett with Indivisible Santa Barbara, the 805 Immigrant Coalition. In 2 months, I will travel to Germany to meet a leader of a research team that investigated the murder in 1943 of 86 Jews at a hospital in Strasbourg. That crime was performed to provide skeletons for a planned Nazi museum dedicated to proving Jewish racial inferiority. The team's book, Remembering the 86, is the culmination of 20 years' work to identify the remains of the victims who had been dismembered and buried in a mass grave. Thanks to this team, we now have the names of each of the 86. They emerge as husbands and fathers, wives and mothers, sons and daughters. The Holocaust relied on dehumanization, targeting scapegoats for political purposes, substituting a number for their names, and replacing their individual stories with a single label such as criminal. As then, so it is today. The recent article in the Santa Barbara Independent highlights how since 2020, our county sheriff voluntarily transferred 37 undocumented persons to immigration enforcement after these 37 had completed their prison sentences and probation. The Independent focused on what some will focus on here today, that the sheriff defied state law and refused to report these transfers to the Attorney General, but I choose to focus on dehumanization. Each of these 37 was an individual, with a family, with people who loved them, and with a unique story and destiny. Some of these people, as true for anybody released from prison, might have gone on to commit other crimes. But rehabilitation takes place even in the sheriff's prison. And we know that recidivism is lowest for undocumented persons. We also know, unfortunately, that some of the 37 were wrongfully convicted because our justice system makes mistakes. We know that some may have been innocent but cop pleas so as not to risk more severe sentences. I'm sometimes told that the sheriff's 37 do not all deserve my sympathy, and that might be true. But by the same token, all of them don't deserve your condemnation. Someday in a better world, perhaps, a research team may uncover their stories, their fates, what happened to them after they were deported, often to dangerous countries where their lives were in danger. If that report ever happens, then what we do today and tomorrow will be woven into their stories and remembered by history. We are being tested. Thank you.
We will now go to Willie Lubka, to be followed by Karen Howenstein. Willie?
Good morning, supervisors. Hope you're having a good day so far. It's good to be here with you. My name is Willie Lubka. I'm executive director of a community-based organization called Buen Vecino, which means good neighbor. In the first quarter of this year, we noticed in a database we monitor that is published by the Department of Justice of the state, which reports transfers to ICE by law enforcement agencies, that the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office was showing 0 ICE transfers ever from the beginning of when the law came into effect requiring those reports. So we were confused why there were Truth Act forums, because Truth Act forums are only necessary when law enforcement transfers people to ICE. And there was one here every year, but the report showed 0 transfers. So we contacted the sheriff's office and said, hey, it looks like there might be a mistake. You guys haven't reported any transfers as the law requires. And we were expecting they'd say, oh, thanks for pointing out this mistake. We'll fix it right away. Instead, we were told, well, what we do is defined by us as not a transfer. It's a rearrest. And I said, oh, how does that work? And the answer was, ICE is allowed into the Sally Port, an enclosed area, a locked area, and then the individual who's being released is sent out into the Sally Port, where ICE immediately arrests them. So it's not a transfer, it's something different. So we ran this by a bunch of attorneys who all said, no, this is blatantly a transfer, they have to report it. And we subsequently filed a complaint sharing that this blatant violation of the legal requirements needed to be corrected. You may remember this was discussed here at the Truth Act Forum. And we were told by Under Sheriff Bonner that, nope, we don't do transfers. We release the people. What we do is releasing them. So shortly after the Truth Act Forum, I got a letter from the sheriff's office saying that your complaint has been closed and found to be unfounded. Subsequently, the Attorney General followed up and sent a letter, which you may have seen, that says the following: the sheriff's actions of providing ICE notice and then releasing individuals out to a Sally Port where they are rearrested by ICE constitute transfers under the meaning of SB 54. These rearrests are transfers that must be annually reported to the DOJ. However, at no time since the enactment of SB 54 has the Sheriff's Office reported to the DOJ any transfers to immigration authorities. The letter required them to update their data within 30 days. It is now 35 days later. It's still not updated. I'm hoping you guys will take notice. Thank you.
We will now go to Karen Howenstein. Then we will go to Zoom with Anna Arce. Karen?
She was going to play some video for my comment. Oh, there it is. This is the corner of Parissima Road and Rucker Road near Lompoc. This video was taken yesterday, 15 minutes before 7 o'clock. You can see the sea of plastic on that field. To the right is residentially zoned neighborhoods. Residentially zoned neighborhoods right up against agriculture. This is a great example of why we need a policy to protect our residential areas from intensive industrial toxic farming, which is, you can see how this is happening. This is exactly the treatment that they use for methyl bromide on strawberry fields. That comes from this, they come right across the road onto the property, and they like to go under the structures on the residential properties. And it smells horrible for about a week, okay? So this is not organic or sustainable farming. In fact, this type of farming has never happened there before the last few years. We used to have farmers who were very respectful of the neighbors even before the county changed the zoning, because across the street used to be agricultural also. And the county changed the zoning to residential. Now we find in our communities that the population density is growing. We have more competition now than ever before. It is your job as regulators to protect our communities. So we need policies, and I'm glad Ms. Ford is here, because this is what we see here, and the actual effects of this is a failure of planning. And we need to deal with this, because this issue was never really won before, and now it is. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
And we will now go to our final speaker on Zoom, Anna Ars.
Hello, my name is Ana Arce, and I am a resident of Santa Barbara County. I would like to express my deep concern and frustration over the recent response from the California Attorney General's response to the Sheriff's Office of lack of reported transfers of individuals to ICE since SB 54 took effect in 2018, despite multiple confirmed ICE rearrests at the county jail. This is not a minor administrative error. This is a direct violation of state law, particularly for immigrant communities who already live under constant threat of surveillance, detention, and deportation. SB 54 was enacted to protect the rights, safety, and dignity of immigrants in California, to ensure that local law enforcement is not complicit in mass deportations. When the sheriff's office withheld reporting requirements, this did not hold accountability that upholds justice. I am calling to the board today to publicly address the Attorney General's findings at the upcoming meeting, take immediate steps to hold the Sheriff's Office accountable for its failures to comply with SB 54, mandate full compliance with reporting requirements moving forward, and explore independent oversight or audit mechanisms to ensure long-term transparency and accountability. Our county deserves law enforcement and accountability that upholds justice, not one that collaborates in secret with a deportation system known for racial profiling and human rights abuses. The people of Santa Barbara County demand accountability. Thank you.
And that concludes general public comment for today.
Okay, thank you to each and every one of the public speakers that came here today and joined us by Zoom. We're going to take a quick break before we head into our departmental agenda. We're going to take about 12 minutes, so we'll come back at 10:45. Okay, we will now proceed to our first departmental item, which is San Marcos Ranch Associates TEFRA hearing. Madam Clerk, will you please read it into the record?
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Treasurer, Tax Collector, Public Administrator. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding California Municipal Finance Authority financing of tax-exempt facility bonds on behalf of San Marcos Ranch Associates, LP.
Mr. Hagan, thanks for being here.
Yes. Chair Capps, members of the board, good morning. This item before you today is a TEFRA hearing. It is a process that is allowed in the Internal Revenue Code, Section 147F, I believe, that allows qualified 501c3s access to the municipal markets. The TEFRA process requires a public hearing in the location of the project, and that's what we're holding today as a public hearing. The county has no responsibility, either legal or moral, for the repayment of that debt. The county makes no express or implied opinion or recommendations about the transaction, revenue streams, disclosures, or repayment structure related to the bonds. And so we have members from the development team and the financing team, either online or here in person, that can walk you through any questions you have on the construction project or the structure of the financing. I believe Jared Suzuki is here by Zoom, and Jean Broussard and Andrew Fuller hopefully are here in person. And that concludes my introduction to this item.
Thank you, Mr. Hagan. Any questions from the board? Any requests to speak from the public?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Well, Supervisor Lavinier?
I will move staff recommendation.
Well, I will second it with the acknowledgement that this is the biggest affordable project in the history of the county with 236 affordable rental units. I'm very proud of that fact. I'll be saying it repeatedly. It's in District 2, and so with that, I will second the motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, moving right along to departmental item number 2, which is appropriately a report on South Coast housing crisis.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the County Executive Office, Planning and Development Department, and the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding responses to the 2024 through 2025 grand jury report on the South Coast housing crisis.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Director Armas, when you're ready. Is it Director Plowman? Or is it Mr. Horton? There you go. There you go. I couldn't tell.
Okay. Good morning, Board. Wade Horton with the CEO's office. With me are Planning Director Lisa Plowman and Community Services Director Jesus Armas. Today, we're presenting the county's response to the FY25 grand jury report, Santa Barbara County South Coast Housing Crisis, a Call to Action. On June 23rd, the grand jury issued a report focusing on the South Coast's ongoing housing crisis, particularly the impacts of low and moderate income renters, with 3 key findings and 7 recommendations. As required, the Board of Supervisors must respond within 90 days. For some context, state law mandates that local governments develop housing plans that serve residents across all income levels, and the county must accommodate 4,142 new units in the unincorporated South Coast area by 2031. The report acknowledges steps taken by the county and South Coast cities to meet housing goals while also highlighting key challenges, including limited public funding, complex regulations, and high development costs, and offers several recommendations, many of which are already reflected in initiatives and we've launched or completed. And I'll turn it over to Director Plowman.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. So finding 1 essentially said that some, for the county and all the cities, that some of the county and city-owned land could be used for affordable housing. And our response is we agree. The county owns properties in the incorporated and unincorporated areas across the county. Some of those sites are suitable for housing. Some are not. They have constraints, and some are encumbered with other uses. Program 12 of the Housing Element Update directed the county to select and prioritize county-owned sites as our housing element. And then there, in the workforce housing study, there were 30 county-owned sites that were identified for future housing. So recommendation 1A is that we identify publicly owned sites that can be utilized for affordable housing. And as I indicated previously, the housing element process identified 9 county-owned sites for the lower income and some moderate income housing for up to 320 units, and that we are required to make those things, make those units available, or at least in the process, to be constructed by 2031. The workforce housing study identified 19 county-owned sites for the potential workforce housing, and Director Armas can speak to that as well. And I think the next couple bullets are his.
Yes.
Yeah.
As indicated on the workforce housing study that you reviewed earlier this year, I believe, we identified multiple sites, and we're pleased that we're moving forward with the board's concurrence on the probation site with longer-term evaluation of the downtown campus to look at the opportunity to repurpose not only the parking area, but possibly some of the location where the engineering and human resources are located. We're anticipating that we will be coming to you in a matter of weeks for you to review the request for proposal to commence development, the selection of a development team for the probation site. So that'll be an exciting opportunity to potentially yield some 60 units at that location. The county has also done a very good job, in my estimation, in identifying interim housing to address the needs of the homeless, and we've identified in the response here a variety of sites that we've funded and have worked closely with nonprofit organizations, including Dignity to Move, to realize the beds that are listed on this slide. Ms. Plowman, you're next.
I think this is you.
Oh. I handed that off too early. The next recommendation is to deal with the opportunity to develop sites. I draw your attention to what I've mentioned a moment ago with respect to the probation site. We think there's a good opportunity to model a P3, public-private partnership, at that location and to leverage the county's asset in the form of a land, either through sale or a long-term ground lease, subject to your board's deliberation.
Finding 2 was that the process for issuance of a permit for affordable housing projects in the county and the cities is time-consuming, costly, and complicated. We disagree partially, but with an explanation. There are a number of state laws that have been implemented that streamline the permit process and boost the affordable housing production. The housing element rezone sites are the developers of those sites can avail themselves of a ministerial process provided they provide 20% low-income units, and the development is at least 20 units per acre or greater. And we do have a number of those projects in the process. We have SB 35 and SB 423 that also creates a ministerial process for multifamily housing in jurisdictions when you are not meeting your RENA allocation for the lower income categories. AB 2162 created a ministerial process for supportive housing in zones where multifamily and mixed use is permitted. AB 2011 is for commercial uses, and it's a ministerial process for 100% rental multifamily housing in zones that are commercial and where it's a principally permitted use. AB 130 exempts infill housing from CEQA, and you have 30 days to approve or disapprove the project after that exemption is determined. And then AB 2234 sets new time review limits for post-entitlement. So this is building permits and that's for housing. So, I mean, I think we all know that we do have a complicated process, but with the advent of these state laws, things have gotten simpler and move more quickly through the process. And I think, I don't think our developers from San Marcos are here, but they could speak to how that process worked for their project. That was one of the ministerial permits. On recommendation 2A, the grand jury recommends that the county and the cities create a position to staff a position that would sort of work as this facilitator for applications for affordable housing projects with the authority to bring the differing parties together. And we are not proposing to implement this because it largely is already being done. It would duplicate a process. Like right now, when an application comes in, a planner is assigned to that application. They are the project manager for it. They move it through the process. They do the coordination with the different departments. We have the Subdivision Development Review Committee where all of the departments come together and provide comments. So I think, and then we do a lot of close work with our affordable housing developers to make sure that they meet their tax credit deadlines. You know, once they get their award, they only have 180 days before they have to begin construction. Moving on. 2B, the grand jury recommends that the county and the cities review their processes for development approvals to prioritize affordable housing projects. And we have a response that says will not be implemented, but essentially it already is being implemented with all the ministerial processes that have been set up by state law. In addition, we have some challenges because we have the Permit Streamlining Act that applies to all development. And so we can't push affordable housing projects in front of all the other development projects because we have to meet those timeframes. As I said, we work very closely with our applicants on the affordable housing projects to move them through our process as quickly as possible. 2C, the grand jury recommends that the county and the cities apply a ministerial approval process to all developments comprising at least 75% or more of low-income housing. Our response is we're not implementing it, but that's because we already have so many things in place that already do this. So the existing laws require ministerial or streamlined process for housing projects with 75% or more low-income units. I've already spoken about the laws that are in place that create these ministerial processes for mixed-use projects, the use by right standard that's set forth in the housing element, for projects with 20% affordable and 20 units per acre or greater, and then the SB 35 and 423 process. So there's a number of these programs already in the works. 2D, the grand jury recommends that the city and the counties review the development impact fees and find ways to waive them or amortize fees for affordable housing projects. And the county does reduce some of our fees for affordable housing projects. The housing element includes 3 different programs that talk about reviewing fees for affordable housing and strategizing on that. And then SB 937 allows for the deferment of those fees until the issuance of the certificate of occupancy, which is a practice we already have at the county. It allows developers to use money to pay those fees that's much less expensive than the pre-development money that they get to process the project. I'll turn it over to Director Armas now.
In finding 3, the grand jury, to some extent, stated the obvious. There's insufficient funds to identify and fund the development of affordable housing. Certainly something we can all agree is the case, particularly in our county. In its recommendation, it suggests that the county consider forming a housing trust fund, as well as to use that as a vehicle to facilitate the development of affordable housing. I believe the grand jury had a particular definition for the housing trust fund that is different than the one we have. We have an internal fund, essentially, where we account for and capture housing in lieu fees as compared to as listed on the screen, a nonprofit financing agency that is sometimes used in other locations. Nonetheless, we think there are opportunities for us to continue to work with the development community to figure out how we might facilitate moving forward. The TEFRA hearing that you heard earlier, as well as the 4% credit applications that part of the Brisa and Sena project, for example, are examples of where we can leverage state funds. Again, the grand jury suggests that we use as many tools as potentially available to fund the development of affordable housing, including formation of joint powers authority, certificates of participation. All of those are elements that we've identified as part of the workforce housing study that we indicated we would be reviewing and that we could come back with some implementation measures toward the end of the current housing elements cycle. In sum, then, we ask that the board consider the recommendations that have been presented to you, that you authorize the chair to sign the letter that's been prepared for you, and that you determine that this is not a project per CEQA. We're all available to respond to questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the board? Any questions? Okay, I had a couple. Well, I want to start off by thanking the grand jury for really highlighting this crisis and starting off with the action item that we are doing, which is utilizing some of our underutilized land, county land, in their first recommendation. And thank you for putting forward what we're doing and giving a status check for those who might not be aware of the work that we are doing. I would add to that recommendation that it's not just other cities that should be utilizing their government land, but definitely the state. And I know that we've sent a letter to the state, at least in the area of safe parking, for example, parking lots. So I don't know if it makes sense to add that. Probably not. I don't need to take up time to make that amendment, but I just want to express that spirit that I believe all jurisdictions, school districts, I know Santa Barbara Unified is utilizing underutilized land, looking for housing. I think that every single jurisdiction should be doing an assessment of their underutilized land for housing, because it's that important and just such an obvious solution to start with. Anyway, I had a question. This is really something that gnaws at us, or gnaws at me every time we have these grand jury reports, is just the box that we're put in by these response and questions and the language that is used. But on recommendation 2A, you say we don't agree, or we're not doing it, will not be implemented, but in fact we are implementing it. So I just would like to ask, is it possible to change that to we are implementing it? I just find that when there is alignment with the grand jury, I'd rather have that be reflected by this board as opposed to be in opposition, because I think it's rather confusing for those who might be not aware of the limitations of how the grand jury works and the format. It's literally a language format by which the reports get submitted and the language that we have to respond with. And on something so critical as affordable housing, where we have reporters here, I just don't want there to be any room for error, that it gets misconstrued, that it will not be implemented. Recommendation number 2, which, let me just pull it up. But I just found that on the first one, we are implementing it, and we say we're implementing it. Yeah. And then from there afterwards, we say we're not going to, but the rationale is that it's because we already are. So I would rather change those to be in alignment with the first. And I've raised this in other topics, unrelated to housing. It's just, again, the way that we are confined by the grand jury not by the grand jury and the folks that serve on the grand jury, but the language and the call and response that's dictated by the law. CEO Miyasato.
Thank you, Supervisor. So was that response 2B? Can you put the PowerPoint back up? Can we get that? Was this the one you were referring to, that we were saying that will not be recommended, but we actually are reviewing our processes and we are working to expedite projects?
Right. My request and question is, anytime in this response that we are actually doing something, rather than saying will not be implemented, can we just simply change it to will be implemented? It's a semantics. But I think, again, on something so important as affordable housing, I don't want this to be misunderstood as this board standing in opposition to taking actions related to affordable housing, especially when we are doing them.
Chair Capps, if I may, it may be appropriate in instances like those that you've pointed out for us to, instead of will not be implemented, list partially implemented, to acknowledge that it is already in progress. And the distinction is important because then there's a provision in the state law that would require some additional action on our part in advance of the whole RENA cycle, and that could be problematic. So if we could, with your concurrence, if we could identify this as partially implemented, and then it may fit with what you've described.
Great. Like the other example, I don't have it pulled up in front of me, but that we should hire a staff person that helps get grants. Well, we don't need to do that because we already fulfill that job in so many other places. Clearly, I mean, look at what we've just discussed earlier today, right? In so many areas. So rather than say will not be implemented, that sounds, again, if you're just not familiar with this odd process, you would think, well, they don't care. And I don't want anyone to have the impression that we do not care about affordable housing.
Supervisors?
Madam Chair, I think
Thank you for pointing that out. That's an issue we always have in these responses. I'm looking to County Council because they have very prescribed responses, the short answer, and then we try to provide a longer answer as well. And I'm asking County Council if it's okay.
Sure. Madam Chair, members of the board, so the penal code lays out very specific options for responses. So there's the options for the findings, and then there's options for the recommendations. So for the findings, then we can say the respondent agrees with the finding, or we can say the respondent wholly or partially disagrees wholly or partially with the finding. For the recommendations, we can say the recommendation has been implemented and then give a summary. The recommendation has not yet been implemented, but will be implemented in the future, and that's with a time frame. Or the recommendation requires further analysis, and then you have an explanation and a time frame to come back. So I think the challenge is trying to fit within the confines of the options, but then provide further explanation, show that it can really show how it is that we're implementing it or how that we've already partially implemented it. So my recommendation would be to choose one of those options and then have the further explanation of where we're at.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Capps. This wasn't a question until just now, but this is going to be more of my comments about this, because I actually, with finding 2, I don't disagree partially, I completely agree. It is too costly, too time-consuming, and too complicated. So I'm having a hard time making the finding that we disagree partially, because I don't agree with that. I think it is too much. So that's when we came to deliberations here. That was going to be a challenge for me to get over that hurdle. I think our process, and I've been saying it for quite some time, is difficult to get through. And I actually do support the idea of some type of ombudsman or navigator, which we think is duplicative, but I know that's not true because I know our office is always constantly having to try to get all the players on the table to move things forward. I know that the plan director's talked about her staff members being the project managers, and I think that's true to a certain extent, but they're co-equals with the other pieces too. And so having somebody that's an ombudsman, doesn't work for planning, doesn't work for fire, doesn't work for environmental health, doesn't work for the other parties is really important to moving these things along. That unfortunately, they fall upon our offices or the CEO's office when those things fall apart. And, we also have big jobs up here to do other things besides, tracking things on Acela to see whether somebody signed off on something. But unfortunately, our offices are having to do that on a regular basis, not just for affordable housing projects, but projects all throughout our county. And so that's, specifically to affordable housing, I think we don't treat them any differently. I think everything's too costly, too time consuming, too complicated. So I'm having a hard time with that one, that finding as where we're going with that at this point.
Okay, so, well, let's see, to just reiterate my question, it would be if there's this somewhat simple fix that doesn't require coming back to change literally the first headline of things that are partially implemented because they are in fact underway.
Your board can provide that direction now.
Okay. That's mine. I agree with you, but I'm okay in this instance with the partially agree.
So we'd move finding 2 to partially agree instead of partially disagree? I guess I could vote.
Can
I could
you
vote
put the
for that.
PowerPoint up so everyone is tracking, so the rest of the board, please?
I could vote for that with the understanding that.
Yeah, but before we get too far along in deliberations, let's take a little pause in this, and because we do have one request to speak from the public. If that's cool.
Yes, Chair Capps and members of the board, we have one request to speak, and we are going to remain here in Santa Barbara with Mark Shatillo. Mark?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Mark Shatillo, and I wanted to speak to this item as a member of the community that's been involved in a lot of these related issues over many years, and for the organization, the Committees for Land, Air, Water, and Species. First, I think it's important that we distinguish between affordable housing and regular housing, recognizing that there's a dire need in the county for affordable housing for workforce, and because of the high cost of living here. When we approve projects that have large amounts of market housing, it actually can increase the burden because of the services that those market rate and premium rate housing projects demand. And so as we're trying to resolve the affordable housing project, we need to be careful about the mix between affordable and market rate housing. We know there's limited tools for this with the inclusionary ordinances and in lieu fees. But I want to just take a moment and acknowledge the significant role and contribution of our nonprofit affordable housing developers, the folks, Frank and Santa Barbara Housing Authority and County Housing Authority, and the efforts to dedicate funds to be able to make those projects go, particularly in these difficult times, that they're making the work happen that needs to happen by promoting affordable housing and having high density, up to 100% affordable housing projects. Second point I want to make is concerning the use of public lands. For a time, SBCAN had a program, HOT, Housing, Open Space, and Transportation, integrating the housing with transportation and open space. Obviously, with AB 2097 and parking restrictions, or the lack of authority to require parking, and the need to promote and flush more and more transit into these high-density areas, we're moving forward with that. We could do better. But with respect to the open space issue, it's critically important that we recognize the role of informal open spaces, the undeveloped parcels that remain in natural and semi-natural states, as resources for communities. And as we approve more development and more dense development, we got to make sure that we preserve enough recreational resources to meet the needs of those additional communities. And many of our open spaces are kind of a target for housing projects because they're low cost. And that's reasonable and appropriate. But I'd ask that the board and the development community recognize that there are some parcels that are providing extremely high biological and recreational values to the surrounding community, and those demands are just going to increase over time as these projects move forward. So this is obviously a very challenging area, and it does require our county and our community to take a nuanced approach to them. So I wanted to bring these factors before you and appreciate the good work that you and staff have been doing on this. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sotelo. So let's see, Director Plowman.
Madam Chair, so what we heard from the board for recommendation 2B, and if I can bring that up, let me see here. 2B, what we could, we can try and finesse it. I don't think we will be within the exact confines of what is in the law, but we can say will be or has been partially implemented.
Mm-hmm.
That is so we can offer that to the grand jury based on the board's direction.
Thank you. And I believe the other one, if Supervisor Nelson agrees, was the hiring additional staff to find grants for affordable housing. The one that's this one, yeah.
Yeah, 2A.
2A.
This is the one.
Because again, it's.
So supervisors, I think we aren't creating a position, and it's a board's policy if you want to create a position, which I think Supervisor Nelson is saying.
Okay.
So I think his issue is more with the finding
I see.
onto.
Yep.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think he's just saying as a policy decision, the board should have some conversation, but I think this is accurate. But if you could go to the finding that Supervisor Nelson raised, which was that, I think it was finding 2, this one.
Right.
And I think Supervisor Nelson is saying that the county should say, we agree, correct?
That's correct. I mean, even if we're not going to do anything about it, I think we could agree that it is too costly, too time-consuming, too complicated. And whether that's partially agree or completely agree, I won't argue over which one. But I can't say I disagree with that. So I would like to change that finding to one of those two, if that's acceptable. I don't know if that gets us any trouble.
So Supervisor, the two options to meet your intent would be either a full agree or a disagree partially with an explanation, which is what it is currently. Those are the two options.
Other.
That sucks. I think it's a technical term. Okay. All right.
I mean, I think that we are in agreement. I know that you're always working to make things more streamlined. I mean, I don't think it's a big confession that we're always constantly working to streamline and cut costs. I think it's a good thing to be on record affirming. It's not, again, I hope it's clear that these are very limiting processes, semantics.
If it's the direction of your board, we can certainly change that to agree.
Okay.
Okay. I could vote for that if it would end up being agree.
Great. I see some nods, so I'm in support of that. And then we can move forward.
Yeah, I just had one additional comment.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, so I just wanted, I think that the report's great. I think it's, my complaints are generally about the whole entire process, not specifically to housing, although that's something specific that I think we absolutely have to get our arms around. One of the points that I wanted to make as we're addressing the affordability issues out there is that, it's very different in the north and the south. Housing is definitely still a problem in the north. I hear from a lot of my employers, but they aren't the same fruit at this point. Our office did a study back in 2003 with the Santa Maria Valley Realtors where we looked at the affordability, and it was, for one bedrooms, they were still 98% affordable for low-income households. 3 bedrooms were, I think, 86% affordable, but that was by market. So our market already is fairly working, and so I just want to kind of keep that in mind as we deal with north and south here, because we have a market that's working. I don't want to overly mess that up, and we got to keep pushing things through. In the Santa Maria Valley right now, we have over 5,600 units in the process of being built right now in some level of permitting process. So We already had a pretty good market. I think that the numbers that the state gives us on low are still kind of high. If you, they're still fairly unaffordable for families in our communities because our jobs are so low paying, right? So even though that they're low by county-wide standards, they're actually quite high for members of Steve and I's communities that are struggling to make ends meet and pay their rent. So just want to keep that in mind as we kind of move forward with some of these things, is that we do it carefully and regionally, because I think that ultimately matters as we all try to accomplish the various goals that we all have in our various districts. So just want to add that to this report.
Thank you. Again, I just want to conclude here by thanking the grand jury for leading with the underutilization of public land. I do think that that's some area of real potential here, and I challenge all of the jurisdictions to follow the county's lead. I'm proud that we are moving forward with the probation site just a few blocks from here that could yield about 70 affordable units, and that will be soon, thanks to this board's support. And I really believe that the Dignity Moves work that you all initiated has paved the way for that, to show, okay, wow, this parking lot can turn into affordable housing quickly. So thank you to the grand jury, and I'm willing to move forward with these changes. I think there's agreement, but we might need to spell them out and affirm. Supervisor Nelson, if you want to make the motion.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and make a motion with staff recommendations with the amendment to the finding 2 to reflect that the county agrees. And then were there any in the additional findings that we were going to alter at all with our language?
2B.
Recommendation 2B is going to change to has been partially implemented.
Okay, with those corrections on agreement on the finding in 2 and the recommendation on 2B, that will be my motion.
And I'll second. Supervisor Hartman. Any request for a roll call vote? We're good. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you, Director Armas, Director Plowman, and Assistant CEO Horton. Just time check here. This next item is all about an hour and 15 minutes. You want to take a break first?
Push through.
Okay, so we'll move to our last departmental item of the day before we move into closed session.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the SUTAR appeal of the County Planning Commission approval of the Mission Isla Vista Partners LP housing development, case number 25 APL 10 in the Goleta Community Plan area, and this is in the 2nd District. And before we proceed with today's presentations, we do have a few matters to take up. First is to vote on one late item that was received by the clerk of the board on Friday, September 9th at 4:51, and it was an updated appellant presentation from Catherine Anderson, Law Office of Mark Shatillo, and this is the only late item that was received regarding this item after noon on Friday. And if we can have a vote to accept that into the record for today, if the board would like to include that as the part of the record.
I move that we accept it.
I second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 I'm going to vote no because we set this precedent, and I specifically said a couple of months ago that if you can't get it in, it's not getting in. And I don't even remember what the hearing was about. I just remember it was very controversial, and I said I will not be supporting any late ads moving forward. So unfortunately, I'm sorry I won't be able to vote for it, but I will look at it.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I just had a question for council, because this is a presentation, so it's going to be presented. So isn't that just by the fact that it's being presented, it's in the record? Does it actually take a motion from us? That's the differentiation here that I think is a little awkward.
That's right.
Supervisor Nelson, so technically our rules require that you voted it into the record, any late submittal. That said, since it is a presentation, the applicant would be able to present it and it would essentially become part of the record. So it's a little bit different than if we saw a late submittal letter. So I would say that the appellant still has the option to present that, and then when that's done, it becomes part of the record.
It's semantics,
It is semantics.
and I just want also to state that this is not a reflection on Mr. Chitello or anybody else. I just made this decision 6 months ago and just said it really got messed up, and so I just said, hey, if you can't get it in, you can't get it in. So I'd be willing, very happy to look at the presentation.
Okay, and so I moved too quickly on that vote. Let's change it to a roll call vote. Is that it?
That's fine.
Just to be clear.
Supervisor Nelson.
No.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino.
No.
Supervisor Hartman.
Aye.
Chair Capps.
Aye.
Motion passes
Okay.
3-2. And Chair Capps, members of the board, additionally and lastly, before we proceed with presentations, if the board can please announce any ex parte related to this item today.
Yes. Maybe I'll start off. So on April 11th, my team and I, because we had been hearing a lot from constituents, we actually held a town hall on this project and others. So there are about 25 or so residents in Isla Vista that showed up about this project and other projects, including the appellant, Pegeen Sutar and John Sutar. So I want to just disclose that, along with P&D was there, Director Plowman and Travis Seward. We also met with the applicant, Ed St. George, and his agent, Lonnie Roy, on Thursday, and along with my Brown Act partner, Supervisor Lee, as well as we met with, again, the appellants and their counsel, Mark Chitello, on Monday.
I'll go next. I met with the appellant on September 4th, and last Thursday I met with the developer to just talk.
Supervisor Hartman.
I met with the Sutars and Mr. Chitello yesterday.
Supervisor Lavanio.
Thank you. I also met with the Sutars via Zoom. I don't think Mr. Chitello was part of that conference. He wasn't. Okay, and I just discussed with staff in my monthly updates, just kind of went over some of their concerns as well.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. I met with the Sutars over Zoom or Teams on Wednesday, August 6th, and that was my only contact about this item.
Okay. We can proceed with the hearing.
Madam Chair, members of the board, as Ms. Alexander said, we have the appeal, the Sutar appeal of the County Planning Commission's approval of the Mission Isla Vista Partners Housing Development Project. Today I have Travis Seward, our Deputy Director, Kathleen Volpe, who's the planner for the project, and Joe Dargle, Supervising Planner. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Volpe for the presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. I'm Kathleen Volpe, and I will be presenting the SOTAR appeal of the Mission Isla Vista Partners LP Housing Development Project. Here we see a vicinity map and zoning district shown on the image on the left. The project is located at 6737 Swanier Road in the Goleta Community Plan Area, 2nd Supervisorial District. The parcel is 0.65 acres. It's zoned medium density student residential, SRM. It is surrounded by land zoned SRM and recreational REC. It is bounded by Swanier Road to the north, a vacant lot to the east, and residential development to the south and west. The map on the right shows the half-mile buffer area pursuant to Assembly Bill 2097. AB 2097 amends Government Code Section 66005.1. Under the statute, public agencies are prohibited from imposing minimum vehicle parking requirements on residential, commercial, or other development projects which are located within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop. As shown by the map on the right, the subject property is located within a half-mile buffer, approximately 0.33 miles from the MTD El Colegio and Camino Corto transit stop. Here we have photos demonstrating the existing development and lot. The photo on the left is taken from across the street and shows the site to be relatively flat and currently developed with a single-family dwelling and detached garage. The aerial photo on the right shows the dwelling, garage, and associated storage and storage sheds on site. The parcel does not fall within any flood overlays, and it's not located within any environmentally sensitive habitat, ESH, or buffer of ESH. As you can see, the parcel is surrounded by residential development and the vacant lot. This slide demonstrates the proposed project site and project description. For reference, Swainer Road is located on the right side of the image. The applicant submitted a preliminary application pursuant to SB 330, and the project is subject to processing pursuant to the Housing Accountability Act, HAA, and State Density Bonus Law, SDBL. SB 330 revised HAA to vest projects in the standards at the time a complete application is submitted. For this project, a complete pre-application was submitted on January 29th, 2024. SB 330 also limits the county to no more than 5 hearings on a project, and this is the 4th hearing. The applicant has proposed 25% affordable housing, 2 very low income and 2 moderate income units. Under SDBL, this offers the applicant a 50% density bonus and 3 concessions. It is important to note the applicant is only utilizing 45% of their density bonus. The requested SDBL 45% density bonus increases density on the parcel from 11 units to 16. The concessions requested under SDBL are as follows: an increase in the allowed bedroom density from 10 bedrooms to 45 bedrooms, a reduction in the required setbacks as follows. The front setback will be reduced to 10 feet 7 inches from the road right-of-way, and it's shown on the image on the site plan by an orange line. The side setbacks are reduced to 8 feet 6 inches on the west and 12 feet 3 inches on the east. They are shown by the light blue lines. And the rear setback will be reduced to 10 feet, which is shown by the dark green line in the rear of the lot. The third concession requested is an increase in the SRM zone district height from 25 feet to 36 feet 7 inches. The project description is as follows. The project proposes 3 new 3-story multifamily buildings with a total of 16 units and 45 bedrooms. The total square footage of all 3 buildings is 15,213 square feet. Proposed parking includes 24 automobile parking spaces highlighted in yellow on the site plan, 48 bike lockers highlighted in purple, and 52 bike racks highlighted in blue. The appellant contends the proposed project is inconsistent with the local coastal plan, specifically Coastal Act Section 30252, which encourages development that supports public access to the coast by providing either adequate parking or public transportation options. The project is consistent with the intent of this policy. The applicant has incorporated several measures to reduce car dependency and promote alternative transportation. As discussed earlier, under AB 2097, the project is not required to provide any parking. Still, the project voluntarily includes 24 parking spaces with 48 bicycle lockers and 52 bicycle racks to support alternative transportation. Additional commitments within the current project description includes providing public transit information, resources, and transit vouchers to all tenants. The project is marketed as a transit-accessible housing development, and the applicant has agreed to evaluate the feasibility of providing an on-site car share vehicle, such as Zipcar. Therefore, the project supports sustainable transportation, complies with the applicable state law, and advances the community goals reflected in Policy 30252. Appeal issues 2 through 5 challenge the applicability of the CEQA exemption under Section 21159.25, arguing that the project is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, including the Goleta Community Plan, Article 2, and the local coastal plan, and that it will result in cumulative impacts due to the existing parking conditions. Because the project is being processed under the HAA, it is subject only to applicable policies and development standards within county code, the general plan, and adopted local coastal plan. Additionally, in reviewing the project, the county must also apply the SDBL density bonus and concessions requested, as well as the provisions of AB 2097. With these allowances, the project meets all applicable standards, including Article 2 development standards of height, setbacks, unit density, bedroom density, and parking. The project actively promotes non-automobile transportation options and includes 24 on-site parking spaces, despite no parking being required. Regarding cumulative impacts, the existing conditions in Isla Vista are the environmental baseline. The project was reviewed in accordance with the county's environmental thresholds and guidelines. No thresholds of significance were exceeded, and no evidence of cumulative impacts were found. Appeal issues 6 and 7 argue that the required findings of approval cannot be made, citing alleged significant and unavoidable impacts to parking, incompatibility with the Goleta Community Plan, Local Coastal Plan, Article 2, and an abuse of discretion by the Planning Commission in making the findings for approval. Under the HAA, a housing project that complies with objective standards may not be denied or have its density reduced unless there is a specific adverse impact on public health and safety, meaning a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective standards in place when the application was deemed complete. In this case, there is no evidence in the record of such a specific adverse impact. The project's contribution to existing parking congestion will not result in a specific impact, nor is there an objective public health and safety standard for street parking. Public Works and County Fire have reviewed the project and identified no issues related to general or emergency access. The project includes required setback improvements and language supporting transit-oriented development. Regarding compatibility, with the application of the 45% density bonus under the SDBL and approval of the 3 concessions, the project meets all applicable standards in Article 2 in the Goleta Community Plan. Although review by the South Board of Architectural Review is subjective and not required under the HAA, the applicant had voluntarily submitted to the process and incorporated design feedback to enhance compatibility with the community character. Further, the site is zoned medium-density student residential, which allows for multifamily housing. Therefore, the findings of approval can be made, and there is no evidence of abuse of discretion by the Planning Commission. In summary, the project before you today is a housing accountability project, and thorough review has not provided any specific adverse impact under public health and safety that cannot be mitigated. The project is consistent with all policies and development standards in the comprehensive plan, including the adopted coastal land use plan, the Goleta Community Plan, and Article 2. And the project meets all requirements for CEQA exemption 21159.25. Staff recommends that your board deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval of the project, including CEQA findings, determine the project is exempt from CEQA, and approve the project subject to the conditions included with the board letter. Thank you, and staff is now available for questions.
Thank you so much. I have many questions, but are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
I'm trying to understand the concessions, particularly around the bedrooms. And could you just help me understand how that works from 10 to 45?
Supervisor Hartman, can you repeat it? I didn't hear the first part of what you said. Which concession?
The bedroom density.
Concession. Okay. So the applicant is requesting to allow an increase in bedroom density from 10 bedrooms per 25,400 net square feet to 48 bedrooms. And because they're providing the affordable units, they have access to these densities. So that is an objective standard in our code. So they do have the ability to ask for relief from any objective standard under state density bonus law.
And once again, what is our standard?
10 bedrooms per, do you know this? Is that the right thing, the right standard? Give us 1 second, we'll find it.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. So for the SRM zone district, there are certain bedroom densities based on square footage. So typically, it is one bedroom per 2,500 square feet of the net lot area. So
One bedroom for 2,500,
100 square feet.
okay. Is at least one bedroom or only one bedroom?
Only one bedroom.
Okay.
And so we applied that calculation to the area of the parcel, and that gave us 11 units. And with the application of their, with the 25% affordable housing, they were allowed to ask for 3 concessions, and they asked for the concession of this standard, which is
So
what
how do you
allows them.
get from, how do you calculate from 10 to 45? What's the new math there that,
But are you looking for like bedroom to
yeah,
square footage?
on the bedrooms, yeah.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, so there isn't a calculation that staff would do to evaluate whether or not the waiver could be accepted. It is simply a request by the applicant to demonstrate that at this density that they need this to move forward under the Housing Accountability Act. So we aren't required.
There's no calculation.
There would no calculation would occur to evaluate. We just know that 10 bedrooms would normally be allowed. Is that
Yeah.
correct? 11 bedrooms would normally be allowed, and in this case, they're asking for a waiver for the additional 34 bedrooms. And this is a separate standard from density. So there's a unit density that's standard within the zone district, and then in Isla Vista specifically, there is an additional standard for bedroom density that's separate.
Okay, so how does that comport with LCP 2, policy 2-22, requiring 80 square feet per bedroom, or per occupant, rather, bedroom space per occupant, as I understand it?
Yeah, you can say that if you want. Yeah, go for it.
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So regarding that policy, the bedroom sizes of this project are above 80 square feet. 80 square feet. So they actually meet that standard.
For one person or 2 people? Isn't it 80 square foot per person? Or how does that work?
So Supervisor Hartman, the project is not proposing or doesn't say anything about double or triple occupancy at all. There's no mention of occupancy. What they proposed was a bedroom size, and we made sure that it met the required bedroom size.
So how do we understand, I mean, what does policy 222 mean? Is it 80 square feet per bedroom, or is it 80 square feet per occupant? I mean, this is really important because people get crammed in Isla Vista, and it's a major, major problem. And so I want to understand this. If you need more time, we can come back to this. But I won't be prepared to make a decision until I understand this thoroughly.
Supervisor Hartman through the chair, if you could give us, we will come back to it. I just want to look at it a little bit more closely before I provide a response.
Okay, thank you.
No, I appreciate that line of questioning. Other questions?
I've got one, just and I don't even know who this goes to, but what would constitute something rising to the level where we would consider it a public safety issue? I'm kind of curious because I've never seen that, a public health or a public safety finding, what in a development. I mean, we always call that out. We have to approve it if it doesn't meet a public health safety nuisance. Or I'm kind of curious what would be inside of a project that would make us look at that and say, yeah, that triggers that response.
Supervisor Levin, through the chair, I think if one, they didn't have some kind of sanitary service that was available to them. They didn't have a water service that was available to them. Perhaps there was no way to service them if there was a fire.
Okay,
Those would be the types of things.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have some questions. They're going to be related to parking. As I mentioned in my ex parte, right after the tragic Palisades and Altadena fires, we heard from a lot of residents in Isla Vista, some of whom are here, just very worried about the parking situation in Isla Vista. It's a long-term issue there with so many cars piled up. How do people evacuate? We heard these nightmare stories of 5-hour evacuations in Palisades. And this project, along with the 47 others that are coming down the pike in Isla Vista, will just exacerbate that problem. So the nature of my questions is really about the parking issue. And I know that Isla Vista Community Service District is represented here, and a lot of work has gone into this. So my question has to do with more generally about parking. I know that the county, maybe I can pause if you, I don't want to, if the county has participated along with the university in a study, but it's accurate that Isla Vista currently is at 103% capacity on parking related to the study that has just been completed?
Madam Chair, are you referring to the study that was completed by IVCSD?
And the county's, we were...
Public Works?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't recall that number, but that sounds correct.
So currently, just to level set, it's at 103% capacity currently without all of these new projects. Okay, and then I just, along the lines of Supervisor Lavanino's question, that public safety argument, I wanted to ask County Council how we evaluate, because one project is one thing, but if I can please show a slide that we've used in explaining to residents what's coming. Clerk, if the next slide, please. These are all the projects that are coming to Isla Vista. And I should preface by saying we need more housing in Isla Vista. Absolutely. We have a market imbalance. So really, my challenge with this project that's coming to the forefront is two different priorities. We need housing in Isla Vista, and we need to keep safety in Isla Vista. We need to drastically improve safety in Isla Vista. Those two priorities have been top of mind for me and my team and many others in this county. So this project really butts heads on those two projects because it's creating more of a public safety issue, as I think the appellant will explain, but it also is providing very much necessary housing, which I think the appellant also would acknowledge. So, but I just want to show people what this is really the tip of the iceberg of what is coming, and not all of them will be appealed because not all of them are around neighbors who have the wherewithal and the commitment and the knowledge of how to do this because they're surrounded by students. And so this will create 805, not this project, but all of these projects together, a fair estimate is 805 more cars than is currently there at a place that's already at capacity. So my question to County Council, when we're looking at public safety, are we just looking at the project, or do we look at the cumulative effect of what is happening in the community? That's a sincere question that I have, and one that I've been wrestling with, and one that I believe that the Planning Commission, which had 3 hearings on this and resulted in a split vote, painstakingly was wrestling with.
Madam Chair, I believe that the finding that you're referring to is that under the Housing Accountability Act, there's a lot of restrictions on the board's discretion, and that in order to, that if the development complies with objective standards, then really you have to find, in order to deny it, or you need to find by preponderance of evidence that the project would have a significant adverse impact. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, so if conditions are already unsafe and this project makes it more unsafe, in addition to with more projects that are coming that are going to make it more unsafe, do we look at, are we able to look at all of the cumulative effects, or are we bound by simply these number of parking spaces? Do they justify a public safety threat?
And Madam Chair, members of the board, I think we're looking at two different pieces. So on the Housing Accountability Act, for this particular, I think we're looking at the impacts of this project.
Yes.
As well as if there's any health and safety issues with approving this project, which Director Plowman had addressed that. What you may be referring to is like cumulative impact under CEQA. And so that's a different piece than the finding they are talking about now. So I think I understand that to be what you're saying. And so we do also look at CEQA, and part of looking at the exemptions is seeing if there's any exceptions that apply. So hopefully that's helpful. We can come back to this if we get to the end, I think.
Okay.
I think that's where we're going with it.
Okay, well, maybe I'll back up a little bit and ask Director Plowman, why is it that parking is not required? Can you just explain that? I know you started off in the presentation with that slide of the proximity to MTD, but just explain the law, please. And
Sure.
Because I did watch the Planning Commission's latest hearing on this, and there was some discrepancy about whether or not, is it AB 2709 applies here, and why it does.
So, Madam Chair, members of the board, so the current law sets out that if you're within a half mile of a transit stop that provides a certain level of service, and I think the cutoff now is 20-minute headways, then you're not required, developments are not required to provide additional parking because the availability and the proximity to those transit services. So in this case, the developer did choose to provide some parking regardless of the fact that they were not required to under the state law.
Yeah, I understand that, but we landed with 20. Can you repeat the number of spots?
Sure. Do you want to go ahead?
Madam Chair, there's 24 automobile parking spaces, 48 bike racks, and 52 bike lockers, I believe.
For 45 bedrooms. I mean, I took notice of the earlier conversation, which is of the project in District 4, which was the flip. It was 21 studios with 56 parking spaces, I mean, in Lompoc. But, so, I mean, again, I know that the applicant did not need to by law, but it's unusual to have a project without any parking, yet this is a new day that we're living in. And I also just want to state that historically we've not had a robust enforcement plan, and we do have one. I'm looking at Spencer Brandt, the president of the board of Isla Vista Community Service District, and we're in the works. We'll be bringing that back in 2 weeks to formally start an enforcement project, but for parking. But that is not going to solve it all with this massive problem that we have. So that's the dilemma. And so I guess I'm going to toss it back to you, Director Plowman, can you explain what the county, how do we reconcile this? Because with a capacity at 103% currently, and then 48 projects that are going to add an additional rough estimate of 800 more cars that need to be parked already on jammed streets that are causing traffic collisions, pedestrian accidents, and evacuation challenges, or at least fears of challenges. What's your department's ideas about that? And I know you have some plans in your long-range planning to address this.
So, Madam Chair, this is a subject that's been discussed over decades. and the status of Isla Vista, and the county had originally attempted to implement a parking permit program to try and dissuade people from bringing cars. I think we can't assume that every student will bring a car. Many do, some don't. But it does present challenges. There's no question about it. I think in this case, this project in particular is making efforts to provide sufficient bike parking and transit passes and those types of things, which are important. But traditionally, parking is not treated as like as a safety issue under CEQA. It's a convenience issue for sure. But we do have the Isla Vista Master Plan in the Long Range Work Program, and this is something the county is committed to working with the IVCSD on. They've sort of taken over that role, and we are 100% supportive of them with their efforts to now start with enforcement and then maybe move beyond that. I think we have to do as much as we possibly can to encourage the students to not bring vehicles to that community, because you do not need one. I went to UCSB and I rode my bike or walked. It is viable to live there without a car. And maybe there's even conversations with the university about whether or not they allow students to bring vehicles as freshmen and sophomores. That's something other universities implement. We're a little bit challenged because the university doesn't control Isla Vista, but they have a stake in that because they have their students living there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I'll get to that later, but this is also an area of Isla Vista that tends to be more occupied by families, not always, but and children, not students, but younger children and low-income families, and we certainly saw that with the mass eviction of the CBC sweep. So anyway, I'll get to that point, but I think this is why Supervisor Hartman's question is so important about occupancy, because 45 bedrooms could mean 135 people, and with 21 parking spots, that's, even if the majority of them decide to bring their bike, we have a real problem.
So, Madam Chair and Supervisor Hartman, in looking at the policy, I think the policy is not worded in I'd say a very definitive way, because it does say, I think the intent is 80 square feet per occupant to the maximum extent feasible. So it doesn't create a clarity and an objective standard in the way that it would be more useful if it didn't have to the maximum extent feasible. In this case, we can ask the developer what their intent is in terms of the occupancy. If they intend to have 2 occupants in there, they would either need to increase the square footage of the bedrooms from, I think it's 140 square feet to 160 square feet, or they would have to ask for another concession under state density bonus law, if they intended to have 2 occupants in those rooms.
Okay. Supervisor Hartman.
I just wanted to follow on what you're exploring with parking and cumulative impacts. As we all know, Isla Vista is a very special case. And here we have 47 other projects with a huge impact on cars. And unlike, I think, when you were there, many of these students have to work, and they're not working all on campus. And so many of them actually need cars. It's not just a convenience, and they're working odd hours. Certainly we need to improve the transit system, but if there were low cost on campus, a parking lot that's underutilized, and a way to cumulatively get these projects to help contribute or offset some of the costs. What really bothers me here is that we're piecemealing each one of these, and we don't have an opportunity to analyze what the effects are together. of the, and I don't know if the 47 includes all the ADUs, but we're seeing tremendous change in a community that already has many complicated issues. And so I'm still struggling with how we look at this as a whole and understand the individual projects in light of this bigger picture.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, it's a challenging time. I agree with that. As I said, we attempted to adopt a master plan for that community that had a vision for that community, and that for multiple reasons didn't come to fruition. Our opportunity to look at these things in a more global way is reworking that master plan and bringing it forward, but we have a tremendous amount of pressure at the state level to get housing approved, and a lot of new laws that really constrain what a jurisdiction can do in terms of requiring certain things. So regardless of whether or not we'd had this long-range planning effort that figured these things out, some of those state laws would be usurping that. Yeah, so it is tricky. I mean, I think we have to be as creative as we can and then push our applicants to be as creative as they can to help us solve these problems.
And have we done that? I guess that's what we're trying to push on.
I think what I will tell you from planning development's perspective, we try and work with the applicants to help solve the problems. And we acknowledge that there are parking issues in Isla Vista. I mean,
but you're working one-on-one, and I just wonder if there were any
Yeah.
opportunity to bring them together and say, we have a common problem, impact that you're creating. How do we solve this?
Well, I appreciate that, but isn't it accurate that of the 48 new projects, 21 are owned by this applicant?
Madam Chair, I
That's
don't.
my count. So
I don't have
Mr.
that
St.
number off
George
the top of
owns
my head.
21 of the
Yeah.
48, so we do have. Anyway, so, okay, I think it's a good time, unless we'll move on to the appellant presentation.
All right. Thank you, Laura.
You can proceed, and you have 10 minutes.
Timer is going to be up there. Ignore this one.
I'm only 2 minutes. I'm only 2 minutes,
Okay, that's
and I don't
fine.
need the clicker. I'll leave that for you.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I got this. I got this.
Sure.
All right. Madam Chair, members of the board, I thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Pegeen Sutar. John and I, along with our neighbors, have done our best to build community and work to keep Isla Vista safe. We have sat on local nonprofits, elected boards, local and university committees. We have fought for decades, all in the hope of creating a community Isla Vistas deserve. We understand the need for affordable housing. We are not against development, but it must be well-planned. What is being proposed in this project is excessive. The additional cars generated by this project at 6737 will have a direct effect on the health and safety of our community. The streets in Isla Vista are already over capacity. We are asking you to direct the applicant to reduce the density to a size that would not have an adverse impact on the neighborhood or deny the project. In addition to this, we have to date over 40 more proposed developments, generating 450 bedrooms with less than 100 parking spaces. We understand that because of AB 2097, in many areas of Isla Vista, no parking at all is going to be required. There is no overall plan for managing this massive amount of development in this highly populated and congested area. There are inadequate services to accommodate this growth. We request that the supervisors direct preparation of an environmental impact report to assess both the direct and cumulative effect of all the proposed projects. Isla Vista needs a comprehensive plan addressing public safety, infrastructure needs, and parking solutions before the community has been taken beyond repair. I believe Isla Vista and the county is in a unique position to challenge SB 330
because of its demonstrable effects on public safety. While I appreciate our neighbors, the Lomelinos, they have done a lot for the community, but I have not seen in any of these plans or heard in any of these public meetings a model other than a standard set of apartment buildings being proposed. I thank you for listening. We are relying on your help. Safety is paramount.
Thank you, Ms. Sutar. I'm Mark Chatillo, representing Pegeen and John Sutar in this appeal, and my goal is to give you the legal basis for you to be able to address the significant problems here. You've heard from Pegeen a summary of the issues that we're dealing with. First, let me say that we recognize that Isla Vista needs housing. This project is providing affordable housing. That is a good thing. We want these projects to proceed, but there are limits. And we'll also note and concede that the project does include some voluntary parking now. However, there is also the opportunity, as we've seen elsewhere, for this applicant and others to put ADUs into parking spaces that are voluntarily offered as part of a project description. We know that there's a major shortfall in parking, and there will be more. With respect to additional appeals, this is our shot, the board's shot, to look at IV issues. It takes tremendous resources to bring a matter like this to your board. So there may be a lot more projects, but there's not a whole lot more resources or capacity in the community to address it. So the substantive issues. There's been a gold rush for these homes and this additional housing with minimal analysis. And that's the problem. We want housing, but you gotta address the fact that this is a constrained community. Your board's well aware of the parking shortfall and what it really looks like in terms of the number of houses that are coming forward. The significant parking shortfall directly impacts public safety because Ms. Student Plowman is on her bicycle in these streets. And when the cars are completely congested with cars, when the parking is completely consuming all the line of sights, they're parking in front of curb cuts and corners, bike safety is compromised, and there's strong evidence to show that. And as you know, while conditions will be addressed by hopefully some of the things that the Community Services District is trying to address, adding the additional project, this project plus the other 450 other bedrooms is going to lead to a significant cumulative impact. That cumulative impact is the path for your board to exercise discretion and require CEQA to be employed. In fact, it's not discretionary. If there are cumulative significant impacts, you have to require an EIR. That's a requirement of law. Further, you have the authority to deny the concessions if they themselves involve significant impacts. So housing affordable, SB 330, it provides if there's a specific health or safety impact that your board has the discretion to downsize or deny the project. Local Coastal Plan Policy 2-22 is objective, and the Coastal Commission, in their hearing on our county's local coastal plan zoning amendments for housing, said specifically that when you have an objective and subjective blended policy, you have to implement and enforce the objective portion. So the suggestion that because there's feasible mentioned somewhere else in this policy that you can take the objective part and strip the guts out from it is legally incorrect. It's inconsistent with what the Coastal Commission has said how this is supposed to work. So what are we looking at? 450 units, 450 new bedrooms is going to be a substantial change to Isla Vista. As you can see here from the map of area, the red areas are over capacity. The 103% is an average. And of course, there's a seasonal component there. In the summertime, parking's not so bad. But first, the City College students come in as they are now in Isla Vista. And then in a couple of weeks, you're going to have UCSB start classes. All of those students come in, and there will be very limited parking. As Ms. Sutar mentioned, there's a bunch of new projects that are coming online, and Del Playa is going to be quite a fiasco. What does this translate to? This data shows, and if you pay attention to the brown line there, that's the trend line of injury accidents that are reported in Isla Vista. First, recognize that what's reported as an accident in Isla Vista is a small fraction of what actually happens. This is only when law enforcement comes out and makes a report. Secondly, the last line is 2025. It's a partial year. Pay no attention to that. It does not represent the trend line that shows that injury accidents are increasing throughout Isla Vista. Here's a heat map of Isla Vista. And you can see that red dot, this is the TIMS data, the Transportation Injury Mapping System. And the red dot there in Isla Vista shows that this is absolutely a hotspot for transportation injuries. And the majority of those injuries are bicycle and pedestrian. You don't have car speeds that lead to vehicle injuries. That happens some, but the majority of them are going to be bicycle and pedestrian. And so we've seen too many pictures like that one there of people being carted off and taken to the hospital as a result of these injuries. And the nexus between parking and interference with line of sight, blocking crosswalks, making it difficult during big events for first responders to even get out there, so injuries are exacerbated in terms of their intensity. And you're exposing your first responders to traffic conditions where there's limited circulation because of the parking. So the nexus between parking and injuries and public safety in Isla Vista is a critical piece. It's absolutely clear. Here's some photographs of the current parking situation. People on red line, parking in front of red curbs, at corners, in front of parking crosswalks, in front of fire hydrants. Here you have just more of the craziness that goes on all the time in Isla Vista. Here you can see how evacuation is going to be severely compromised as all those cars in the line there are going to have to wait for the outermost car to move. So, looking at what your board actually can do, under CEQA, you're required to look at cumulative impact. Now, the project proposes 45 additional bedrooms with the 21 on-site spaces, but also there's 10 dining rooms in this configuration. Now, everybody knows that in Isla Vista, everybody that's going to school or lived in Isla Vista knows that people use as a bedroom anything possible. Pantries, closets, tree houses, lofts, these are all rentable units in Isla Vista. And so we're really looking at 55 bedrooms if we consider these dining rooms. 2 residents per bedroom is a minimum in Isla Vista, and I think it's important. The county can't bury its head in the sand and say, well, that's not a factor. They didn't tell us how many occupants, so we don't have to worry about that. In fact, here's a sign from a rental unit, and they're actually advertising triples. Okay, so going back here to the, can't go backwards because I pushed the wrong button. So the number, we have triples, that's regularly known. And lastly, we know that there's going to be a loss in on-street parking as a result of the safety improvements that are coming forward in addition to the enforcement actions. So here's some evidence with respect to occupancy limit. And Madam Chair, I'm going to take 2 minutes out of my rebuttal so I can complete my presentation. Here at 1031 Embarcadero, there's 2 bedrooms, occupancy 10. So there's 5 people per bedroom, or people are sleeping somewhere else. This is the applicant's property. As noted, it's common practice to have 3 or more people in a bedroom. And in addition, as we mentioned, ADUs get plopped down into the on-site parking spaces if the project condition does not specify that those parking spaces are to remain. And here's a couple of, where we go. All righty, never mind. Here's another house with occupancy. To sum up, it's our belief that the Board of Supervisors cannot make the findings to approve this project because the project will, and there's a finding that the project will not be detrimental to public safety. This is independent from SB 330, but it's the same general body of facts, and it's the same legal authority. You have police powers to protect the public safety. That's what your core mission is. And you need to recognize that while you may be constrained, you need to be creative and find the path that allows you to ensure that Isla Vista is actually protected and that we have, that there is public safety so that people do want to ride their bikes and they do want to walk so we can achieve the goals that we have for the high density development in Isla Vista that doesn't rely on parking, nor does it pose a significant threat. Because the project is inconsistent with the local coastal plan 80 square feet per bedroom occupant standard, that is an independent basis to deny the project. So in conclusion, what we request you do is to reject the approval findings and direct processing of a revised DVP that includes the bedroom occupancy limits per 222 and perform a complete local coastal plan conformity analysis, direct the preparation of an updated, complete, and robust traffic impact study and evacuation study, because that's kind of the missing piece in public safety, update the conditions, and most importantly, conduct project-specific environmental review that looks at the cumulative impacts of this and other similar projects as required by law. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Shatillo. Questions for the appellant? I think we're good for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move to the applicant, please. Mr. Lonnie Roy.
Have the presentation. Hello, my name is Lonnie Roy. I am the agent for the property owners, and I will be presenting this project. So I know staff went over this, the proximity of where the project is located, but I did want to point out that the zoning district that it is in is medium density student residential. So although it looks like a single family residential now, the county, through its policies, shows what it wants this area to be, and it wants this area to be multifamily residential, which is two-story structures within the zoning district. The site is well suited for that because there's over 30 acres of parks and open space in proximity to the parcel, and the parcel is also a very unique one in that it is a larger parcel in this area where there are a lot of smaller ones. It is underdeveloped, it is slightly blighted, so we believe that this project is a positive contribution to improving the neighborhood from its current use. And I believe that the project has kind of been misconstrued. You know, we have presented what we believe is a reasonable project, and we have worked with staff throughout the process to get to hearing, and then during hearing, we worked with Planning Commission to improve the project. So you can see at the top there the original design, which was intended to kind of fit with the mid-century multifamily structures that are out in Isla Vista. And they expressed concerns on the architecture and its compatibility from that perspective. So we completely redesigned the project. We increased the amount of vegetation around the perimeter to soften the architecture. And we voluntarily went to the Board of Architecture Review. We took their feedback and we did additional changes, particularly on the massing. So we did voluntarily reduce the bedroom density by 3, and that allowed us to step back the massing at the rear elevation, which we can see further on the presentation. And we also stepped the massing back along the street elevation as well. So this is the site plan, and I would point out that none of the buildings are directly adjacent to the appellant site. We strategically located the buildings, the bulk of the massing, adjacent to the park space to reduce the impacts to the neighbors. And along the south elevation, the first and second floors are that 10-foot setback, but we increased the setback for this third floor 20 feet at the corners and 14.5 feet along the remaining length of it. And I would also point out that there's a comment on the parking that this could potentially be removed. That drive aisle is being utilized as our aerial apparatus road, so parking will not be removed for ADUs. That's going to be a requirement to remain by the fire department. We are also increasing, we think, public safety by adding a fire hydrant to the street that is currently not there. And I have a later slide that will go into the parking more in particular. So although it is not the main crux of the argument here, I did want to present the elevations just briefly, seeing about the amount of additional vegetation and green walls that were added to the project to soften the architecture. And we're also, as discussed, breaking up the massing and starting to step it back at the corners. That's the south elevation at the rear there, so you can see how the third story steps back further from the first and second floor. We also agreed to add a sound wall along the property line there to reduce impacts to the neighbors. So now on the parking, AB 2097, the project does not require any parking. There is a case where the county can make findings to require parking, but even in that instance, it is not applicable to this project because it is providing 25% affordable, and we would need to be providing 20% or less. There's also, if it's 20 units or less, which it is also applicable to this, but we want to highlight that we are providing the affordable housing when there are projects in Isla Vista that have used concessions to reduce the amount of affordable housing. This project is not doing that, it is providing the affordable housing. We are providing beyond the required amount of bicycle parking. We have agreed to provide a lot of active and alternative transportation methods to reduce the amount of cars that this project would present. And I think a lot of that is with the marketing and the leasing. Through the marketing and leasing, we can discourage tenants from bringing cars. It'll be very clear if they leased a parking space, if they have a parking space. If they don't, we can actively discourage them to bring a car, and we can provide the resources for them to get to campus or get to Isla Vista from either the airport or bus station, anything like that. So we will actively be helping tenants get to Isla Vista without the use of a car. And so this is the AB 2097 excerpt that I wanted to highlight, which is in bold there. So we are providing more than 20% affordable housing units. So the county cannot require parking for this site. But again, the applicant voluntarily came in believing in a responsible development that we need to provide parking, and state density bonus parking ratios have been utilized for other projects in Isla Vista as an acceptable parking ratio. So real quickly, going over the overarching comments, even though I've already kind of mentioned some of these. Parking, again, no parking is required, but we are voluntarily providing it. We believe in reasonable development, and the county has accepted state density bonus parking ratios in the past, so we believe there's a precedent there to accept it, so that's what we have applied. For the height, we are asking for 1 story above what the code allows. There are many projects in Isla Vista that have utilized a concession for this and have been granted that. Most recently, there's a project on Camino Pescadero and Cervantes that is 4 stories. The zoning code allows 3 stories, and that concession was granted. Setbacks, as noted, we are increasing the setbacks for the 3rd story at the south elevation, where it most directly impacts the existing homes. And we are on the lower scale of what density bonus we can get. Currently, you can get up to 100% density bonus. We are not near that, so we are not trying to push the development standards for this project. In the appellant letter, page 2, paragraph 3, they cite a section of the zoning code which is not applicable to this project. That is for high density projects, which this is in the medium density zone. They cite a case on the Garrity garage conversion where staff found that parking wasn't adequate. So in that case, it's not applicable because staff found that there wasn't adequate parking. Since parking isn't required and we are proposing state density bonus parking ratios, we are meeting our required parking. And in that case, that is now within the AB 2097 radius, so they could apply for that garage conversion and not have to replace any parking. And this project relative to other proposed projects in Isla Vista, this project is proposing 10.5% of the new bedrooms while proposing 20% of the parking spaces. So it seems a little misguided to go after this project when it is providing a disproportional share of proposed parking. And just to kind of point out in real standards what the required parking is, because The 2 parking spaces per bedroom is the highest parking standard that I've seen. So for an 80 square foot bedroom, you would need, for a single loaded drive aisle, 756.5 square feet of parking lot area. For a double loaded drive aisle, 518.5 square feet of parking area. If the county holds to this standard, you're essentially asking developers to build parking lots with very little housing. So it's unrealistic to hold developers to this standard when they have options to provide less parking, because it's just infeasible to build projects like that. So if this appeal is upheld, there will be no new multifamily housing developments in Isla Vista, because no developer will be able to produce parking at that ratio. There'll be continued overcrowding, continued high rental rates, depriving residents with the ability to have new housing units. And I know the county is concerned about the quality of life out there with the aging housing units, so they'll be depriving them of new housing units. And the county wouldn't be living up to its pro-housing designation that they are seeking. And just briefly, to show what the project could be doing, the project could be proposing 24 dwelling units, could be proposing 4 or more stories, could be providing no parking, and could be producing 72 bedrooms. The applicant has put forward a reasonable project, taking into account the concerns of the community. We have worked with the county throughout the project to improve it, and we would want to thank Planning Commission, staff, Board of Architectural Review for their help in improving the project, and staff has adequately reviewed the project against the objective design standards and CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Questions for the applicant? Supervisor Hartman.
How did you get to the 45 bedrooms? And why are you including the dining rooms in some of the units?
Because this housing project is not necessarily specifically for students. We're providing housing, again, considering the area that it is in, and we cannot discriminate against who it's rented to. So if families want to locate here, we're providing livable units.
And you referred to this area as zoned medium-density student residential, so it's designed for students? Where does this, I never knew that there was a student residential zone.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, in Isla Vista, there are 2 zones. There's student residential for medium and then high density, and that's just how it's separated out. I think the intention was with students in mind, but it is not specifically only intended for students. That there are families live in that. It's just the zone district that allows the different types of uses that can be more focused on student type housing and uses.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lee.
Just a question. So would you live there? Would you live in this development that you're proposing?
Yes, I would.
You would?
Yeah.
Okay. Would the developer A. St. George live there?
Believe you would.
You would?
We believe it's a nice project.
All right. And given the density, the overparking, the safety element, you okay with that?
This is a problem that is represented everywhere in California. Ivy is maybe on the extreme end of it, but I don't believe it is only in Ivy. I live in Ventura. I live in a multifamily neighborhood. I have parking issues. I've been double parked and had to find my neighbors. I've had to park around the block. And unfortunately, state laws are going to increase the impacts of this. But I've experienced this even I used to live in Hollister, a rural town in the Bay Area, and I was double parked there. The single-family neighborhoods, the streets were parked at capacity. So it is not something that is necessarily unique to Isla Vista. It's represented everywhere in California.
Got it. And are you concerned about the safety of the community, given that it is a high-density area? There is safety concerns. Are you concerned about those individuals?
Yes, we are concerned, and we think that enforcement will greatly help the situation. And in our opinion, a lot of the cars are brought here because students need to get to Isla Vista, and then they are left there on the street, and because of lack of enforcement, they are left to stay there. We would hope that enforcement efforts, when students get ticketed and they can't find a place to move their car, or they're constantly having to move it and struggling, or they have enough fines, that would provide the incentive structure for them to no longer bring their car and allow more of the residents who are cohabitating together to share vehicles, or as this project is providing, ride share spaces to where Uber, Lyft, the Wave Transit can be utilized versus providing private vehicles.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was going to ask others about, the increased enforcement and how that was going to play out. But from what I'm understanding from your response is that basically we would fine people enough that they would just give up their car. And that would cure the problem.
There are a lot of instances where people bring their car there and they don't move it. So we believe that enforcement actions would help provide the incentive structure for them to not bring it, because obviously they're not needing it, because Isla Vista is one of these unique communities where a lot of the state housing laws do make more sense in our opinion. Active transportation is used, bicycles, walking, scooters, because they don't really need to go elsewhere. Yes, there are instances where people will have jobs and they need cars, or they can use the bus system or other public transit, Ubers, to provide that. But we believe a significant portion of the population is not utilizing those vehicles, and enforcement actions would help encourage them no longer to bring them.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Mr. Roy, for being here and for the work that's gone on thus far with the 3 hearings at the Planning Commission and you voluntarily going to SBAR. I tracked that. I appreciate that you reduced it from 48 to 45 units. Can you describe kind of how you got to that? Why did you stop at 45? How'd you get from, what was the calculation there?
It was for the purpose of addressing the impacts of the massing, and particularly on that south, because the buildings on the east, they aren't abutting any residential, so it was really to reduce that 3rd-story massing along the south elevation. So by removing 1 bedroom in each of those units, it allowed us to step that massing and get a lot closer to what the setback standard is under the base zoning ordinance.
And I know you are in Isla Vista a lot, and you manage, or you're involved in a lot of the projects there, and I just would like to hear in your words why you think it's compatible. I certainly am in full agreement that there needs to be a development at that site. If you go there, and I encourage colleagues to see it if they haven't, it screams out for this should be turned into more than it is. It's a vacant lot. Ostensibly. Again, my concerns are just with the how much it is and the parking. So I just want to hear from you why you think, when you look at it and look at the drawings, I noticed that there aren't any other buildings around it when you see the depictions. It's sort of in isolation. And so it's hard to give context. So if you could describe why you believe it's compatible.
We believe it's compatible based on what the zoning and land use is for the area. The area is zoned medium-density residential. And when you look at housing projects, you need to look at what you as the county envisions that area to be, which is 2-story multifamily dwelling units. A lot of cities have rezoned. Obviously, this has been in the works this has been the zoning for a while. But a lot of jurisdictions rezone parcels, and you're getting multifamily developments that are closer to single family. So we believe that housing projects need to be looked at based on what is envisioned in that area and not necessarily what's there currently, because if you look at what's there currently in a lot of instances, then you'll just never approve projects because nothing will ever change. So we believe that the project needs to be looked at what the zoning is, which is 2-story multifamily dwelling units. And again, we submit projects a lot based on precedence. So it is pretty common in Isla Vista for 1 story above the base zoning height to be approved. The project that I mentioned on Cervantes at Camino Pescadero, one for instance, there's one around the corner. at 880 Camino del Sur. That is a story over the 3-story height limit, so it is not unusual for a concession to be used to get 1 story above what the base zoning ordinance allows.
So just to clarify, it's zoned for 2, but this is 3.
Correct, so we're using a concession on height to get to 3 stories versus the base zoning would allow 2.
Okay, given the new state laws, you're allowed to do 4.
Yeah.
It's zoned for 2. Everything around it is 2. Are there any other buildings around it that are 3?
Not on this block.
Right. That's really one of the issues, and again, it's quite jarring. But anyway, let me just ask you about parking, because I, again, appreciate that you didn't have to do parking, and you are proposing these 21 parking spots. How are you going to decide who gets the parking spots? I imagine that's going to be in demand if this goes forward.
Yeah, I believe it's just going to be on essentially a first-come, first-served basis. Obviously, one is going to be reserved initially for each unit, so each unit has an opportunity to purchase or lease at least 1 parking space, and then the others would be on a first-come, first-served basis.
And you're going to charge for those, correct?
Correct, yeah, so it's an additional fee.
Okay. Is there, the idea was brought forward by the appellant that, because I'm very interested in the fact that Isla Vista traditionally has been a place in the South Coast where low-income families could live. That's becoming less and less the case, especially as we see mass evictions and rents being raised to astronomical prices, $3,000 per room, which is pretty typical. And families are then shut out and moving elsewhere, which has just created this imbalance all over the place. And so I'm really interested in preserving the ability for working families to stay there, and that's in the part of Isla Vista where there tends to be, it's nearer to the school, et cetera. So would you consider, if this moves forward, that the parking spots be reserved for the low-income units to have the first chance at buying them, renting them?
Yes, we would be open to that.
So that working parents can get their kids to school, et cetera.
Yeah, so we would be open to, again, each unit is given or has the option to lease 1, and then because there's more parking spaces in units at the additionals, the low-income units would have a right of first refusal.
And you could codify that.
Yes.
So the low-income units, which I imagine the plan would be that those would be with families. I mean, that's probably easier to
verify
low-income with
yeah.
working families. Is CEO Misato?
The planning director would like to.
Supervisor Capps, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I think what we would do is have the applicant modify the project description and include that in their project description, which then becomes the first condition of approval for the project, and that's how they would codify it. But
okay.
It's my understanding that these units, that the 25% low-income units, CSD would play a role in verifying the incomes for those families. And so we do have some involvement in the process of who gets into those low-income units.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. So, and I just want to ask I asked you this already when we met last week. I mean, is there any movement to increase the number of spots? You've heard, and you're going to hear, I imagine, in public comment, that request. I made that request directly when we met last week.
Yeah, unfortunately, providing parking economically is very difficult on this site. I will say we initially looked at parking layouts on this site before we designed any buildings and determined that this was the most efficient way to provide the most amount of parking. The only really way to add additional parking under really any configuration would be to switch to tandems, which would mean that the first story of the building massing that's along the east property line would essentially go away. So you'd be looking at a reduction of 3 units and be also increasing the building cost, because when you're have underground parking, you're going to have to add steel into the building, so it substantially increases the building cost. And the project just doesn't really pencil at those numbers.
Well, I appreciate your honest answer, but you did already do 3 units, so,
3 bedrooms, not 3 units.
okay, I see. Am I accurate, the list that I've received, that you are working with the owner, with the applicant on 21 projects total, roughly? And some of those are ADUs?
Majority of those are ADUs. If you actually look
Majority.
at the list,
And are
almost.
some of them taking away parking in Isla Vista?
No, under the current county ordinance, ADUs cannot displace Well, they can displace parking, but they have to replace them. And that could be in a tandem configuration, but you can't remove parking to build an ADU. You don't have to provide additional parking for it, but you can't remove it. So those ADUs are not removing any parking.
But so, okay, but it's replacing it at the sort of theoretical, like 1 bedroom per, is that the chart that you had up? I mean, that's the problem that we're really dealing with, is that in the rest of the, in the rest of the county, 1 bedroom might mean 2 people, but in Isla Vista, it means 3 people and 3 cars. So I just, and I want to hear, as we hear from public, those who live in Isla Vista can provide actual information to that regard. But it's, so I just want to understand the ADUs that when you have to replace it with parking, is it per bed?
It's what parking is
What's
approved
required.
on that site.
Okay.
So if 2 parking spaces were approved on that site, you need to provide 2. If 8 parking spaces were approved on that site, you need to provide that 8.
Okay.
So it varies from site to site depending on when it was approved and what the development standards were at that time. So it's not really relative to anything current. It's relative to
Okay.
whatever was there when it was approved.
And I'm wrapping up here on parking, but what has been your experience with these incentives, or when you tell tenants, please don't bring your car? Has that worked in the past?
I'm not as involved in the leasing aspects, but what I've been told is that generally there has been less interest in parking. The larger project that I mentioned at 880 Camino del Sur, I've been told that the parking there is never 100% leased. I do not know if that's because people are trying to park on the street and not trying to pay for the parking on there. But I can say there, at least from what I've been told, the demand for parking has been diminishing over time out in
Okay.
Isla Vista.
So if it's not you, who manages that in this project? Who would manage that if to make sure that the spots go to the person that's?
I believe initially it's going to be St. George and Associates will be managing the property. Long term, I'm not sure if that changes. Generally, the property management aspect, I believe, is trying to be lowered, and it's going to other property managers within the area who would manage it. But the property manager would be responsible for enforcing all these conditions.
Okay. All right, thank you for answering my questions. I think at this point, we'll move to public comment.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 18 requests to speak on this item. We are going to begin here in Santa Barbara with Jason Lomolino, to be followed by Holly Lomolino. Jason?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jason Lomolino, the current resident of the property under discussion. I'm honored to stand before the board today to express our heart for the overall health and well-being of Isla Vista. I hope to present a different perspective on why the approval of this project would significantly benefit our city. My wife and I met in Isla Vista as students in 2001. We've been living in the land for almost 25 years, raising 7 children here, and still raising 5 in our home today. In 2001, I initiated a hamburger ministry on Del Playa at a duplex that our church has rented for nearly 2.5 decades. Every Friday night, a team of gracious people cook up 250 hamburgers from 10 p.m. to 1 p.m. The home is situated in the heart of the party scene, famously and affectionately known as the Jesus Burger House. Serving free hamburgers is not our sole purpose, even though we've given away over 200,000 in 20-plus years. We provide a safe haven for students, offering a listening ear, a place to use the restroom, a cup of water, a place to vomit into Home Depot buckets, or a walk home due to intoxication. We also have Narcan available on site, and I personally called the paramedics more times than I'd like to admit. Our city feels safe with our community because we take care of students who have had too much to drink and are unable to care for themselves. This is just one aspect of the work, but it's the reason we've been here for 2 decades, to create safe places for students, foster a healthier community, and bring more stability and well-being to our city. I was here in 2001 when 4 students were ran over in the streets. I was here in 2014 during the shooting. I did not leave the streets of Isla Vista for 3 weeks. I walked for hours daily, crying, listening, and being available to students who wanted to talk. I was asked by multiple people after the shooting if we now plan on moving. My reply was always the same. This is the very reason we are here, to love and serve Isla Vista. My wife and I have taken students into our home, provided countless meals, hosted community events, spent untold hours listening, counseling, and mentoring this younger generation. We are a father and mother in this city, not just living here, but invested here, raising our own kids here, serving in many practical ways. The church I pastor has also served our friends without homes a meal every Thursday for over a decade. We have never taken a Thursday off, nor do we plan. Our church community has organized community cleaning events, hosted mental health groups, and has stayed actively involved in the lives of students. I'm here to say what Isla Vista needs more than anything is a healthy alternative community. This is what my wife and I have helped create in the last 2 decades and what we will continue to create living at this apartment complex. I'm asking today that you would approve this project and let us continue to walk forward to fulfill the dream we all have of a safer and healthier Isla Vista. Thank you, members of the board, for your time and consideration, along with your leadership and service to our county. I'm truly grateful for each of you. Thank you.
We will now go to Holly Lomolino, to be followed by Joanna Lomolino. Holly?
Is it possible to wait for Chair Capps to return before I speak? Oh, she can't. Okay, thank you.
Yes, there are speakers in the back hallway and the bathrooms as well.
Okay. So, good afternoon, Chair Capps, wherever you are, and members of the board. There you are, thank you. My name is Holly Lomolino, and I've lived in Isla Vista since 2000, back when I was a student. I've lived in our current house at 6737 Sueño Road, the site of the proposed building, with my husband Jason and our family since 2007. I've sacrificed and raised my 7 children in the middle of Isla Vista in a dilapidated 100-year-old 2-bedroom house. And why? Because of our passionate love for Isla Vista and the students who live there. We have given our lives to serve and love the city of Isla Vista, and I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, countless lives have been influenced for the better. But I also know the best is yet to come. Now we are being given a chance to build something that will allow our reach to impact many more students, supporting them to have the chance to choose healthy community and an alternative to the drug and alcohol scene that so many students get trapped in and sometimes even lose their lives to. Our hearts are to support students in a variety of ways: emotional health and well-being, alternative community beyond the typical alcohol-infused party scene, and simply caring for students in whatever way they may need. Now, I know that one of the main concerns being raised is parking and safety, so I want to be clear. Under California law, because our site is near a major transit stop, this project is not required to provide any parking at all. Even so, our partner has gone above and beyond, including 24 parking spaces, more than 100 bicycle spaces, transit vouchers, and even exploring on-site car share options. We chose to do this to help address the real parking pressure in Isla Vista. I also would like to point out that Sueño Road is one of the least congested streets in Isla Vista. I cannot tell you how many times over the 18 years I have lived in our house on Sueño, I have seen students park on our street, pull out their bike from their car, and bike onto campus to avoid paying for parking on campus. True story. The truth is, parking challenges in Isla Vista existed long before this project. Our project doesn't create those problems. In fact, it helps. It adds safe sidewalks, ADA ramps, lighting, stormwater drainage, and fire safety improvements like sprinklers and hydrants. Both County Fire and Public Works have reviewed this project and confirmed that emergency access is safe. There is no evidence of any specific safety risk caused by our project. That's why the Planning Commission approved it and why county staff are recommending that you deny this appeal today. They've confirmed this project is consistent with the law and with local planning standards. So I ask you, please don't let this be delayed any longer. Let this project move forward so that we can continue serving the students of Isla Vista, bringing affordable housing, safer infrastructure, and most importantly, a supportive community that helps students thrive. We have met every legal requirement and added real safety improvements. There is no reason to deny this project. I do not believe this project should become the showcase of all of Isla Vista's parking issues. Furthermore, this project isn't just about buildings. It's about giving Isla Vista students a safe place to belong and a better chance to flourish. Thank you for your time and your service to our county.
We will now go to Joanna Lomolino, to be followed by Alan Seibenler. Joanna?
Good afternoon. My name is Joanna. I'm 14 years old and in 9th grade, and I've lived in Isla Vista my entire life. My parents are Holly and Jason, who have served in this community for over 20 years. Growing up here has shaped who I am. I've seen the beauty of Isla Vista, but I've also seen the brokenness. I've watched the chaos of Deltopia and seen students falling over drunk, barely able to walk. I know the party scene that so many people only hear about because I've lived in the middle of it. And I know this community desperately needs love and healing. In the middle of that brokenness, I've been surrounded by something different. My parents have opened our home to students year after year, listening to them, caring for them, and watching and welcoming them when they needed it most. Through Jesus Burgers, I've watched lives completely change. Students who were lonely, hurting, or lost found community, hope, and a new direction. For more than 20 years, this ministry has made Isla Vista a healthier and safer place. This development isn't just about buildings. It is about giving students and neighbors a place where they can feel safe, cared for, and supported. I've seen how much our community needs that and how powerful it can be when students are given love and hope. Thank you for listening, and I ask you to please approve this project so that Isla Vista can keep moving towards being the kind of community that we all know it can eventually be. Thank you.
We will now go to Alan Seibenler, to be followed by Jack Smith. Alan?
Hi, thank you for letting me voice my opinion. My name's Alan Seibenler. I'm a real estate professional and also on the board of Mission Isla Vista. I spend a lot of time in Isla Vista with the community and serving a lot of the initiatives that Jason was mentioning and with the students. I did want to point out a UCSB sustainable transportation study. Is done in 2024. It's under the UCSB Sustainable Transportation. 83% of students and employees combine use alternative forms of transportation to commute to and from campus. I don't think this is any surprise if you spend any time there, with bicycling as the preferred mode of transport, the preferred mode of transit. And I also have spent a lot of time in the affordable housing circles, and I think that from what I've seen, preserving old, decaying, unsafe housing is not the way forward. As many of us know, and many of you dedicate your lives to, it's building safe, up-to-code, affordable housing. But to do that, it comes at a cost. To monetize, to help motivate with that cost, we offer state and county incentives. If we take those incentives away, who is going to build affordable housing? And so from my perspective, one of the greatest needs in this community is safe, affordable, and well-managed housing. Too often I see students and families paying high rents for overcrowded and unsafe living conditions that were never meant to accommodate as many people as they do. The project provides a healthier alternative, which is purpose-built, affordable housing that actually reduces the pressure on Isla Vista and the Santa Barbara community. I also want to point out that as many have mentioned and realized, that developers have gone above and beyond, listening to neighbors, reducing bedroom counts, adding landscaping, building in features like sidewalks, ADA ramps, lighting, fire safety upgrades that improve not just the safety of this particular project, but the block. As a real estate professional, I can tell you that projects like this improve the neighborhood, not weaken it. I urge you to approve this project for the good of the students, families, and the wider Santa Barbara community. Thank you.
We will now go to Jack Smith, to be followed by Michael Becchio. Jack?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Appreciate the time today. My name is Jack Smith. Been a board member of Mission Isla Vista since 2018. I facilitated and guaranteed the financing for our initial purchase, Santa Barbara Goleta resident from 2014 to 2020, generations of UCSB grads. I'm currently the founder and CEO of Compass Integrative Recovery. It's a mental health and addiction recovery center in Woodland Park, Colorado, licensed by the Joint Commission. And I'd like to spin this a different direction than just the sticks and bricks of the project, but the mental health and just the community aspect that we all face on a daily basis here. Summary for the UC system: 19% of UC students experience serious psychological distress disorders, 75% moderate or severe distress, 12% report suicidal ideation on an annual basis. 49% of our UC students have been diagnosed or treated for depression. 64% of dropouts say mental health was the cause. So our program in Colorado focuses on the healing of a whole person, mind, body, and soul, utilizing the latest in neurofeedback by my clinical director, Dr. Kaufman, metabolic hormonal analysis from Dr. Randy James. We do equine therapy. We've got all the bells and whistles and all the toys. But in recovery and addiction and mental health, we have a saying. We say connection is the opposite of addiction. And what Mission Isla Vista and the Loma Linos in this community has done is they've provided a place of connection for the student body. And this is what needs to be maintained. So Compass, moving forward, our desire is to move back. I got cousins, aunts, families here, and we're dedicating a clinical office space to support this development, Mission Isla Vista, with counseling services, additional just people and places that not only have genuine hearts, but the initials behind their names to really serve in a different way. So I just consider this not from numbers of spaces, but just from a heart perspective of what really it means to have a thriving community. And with this mental health crisis, I really believe that these are the guys to drive Isla Vista forward in a healthy way. Thanks for the time.
We will now go to Michael Becchio, to be followed by Dr. Claire Albright. Michael?
Good morning, good afternoon, members of the board and chair caps. My name is Michael Becchio, and I live immediately next door to 6737 Sueño, the site of the proposed project. And it seems if anyone were going to oppose it, I would be one of them. I share more fence line with the property than anyone else. I will see it every day, hear all the construction, live with the changes most directly, and be affected by the parking as well. I've lived in the area a long time, first moving into Isla Vista in 2004. And I've spoken with countless students who cannot find sustainable housing, as we know. And we know that the need far exceeds the supply. My own daughter, now being a college student, I'm seeing the difficulty firsthand. I'll be honest, I don't love development. If I could freeze Santa Barbara County in time, I probably would. But I know that's not reality, and growth happens. I know we're not against growth. So I think the question we should be asking is whether this is careless or responsible. And I want to be upfront. I've been involved with Mission Isla Vista, and I know the applicants personally. That may raise the question of bias, and I respect that. But it is exactly because of this involvement that I've seen the impact that they've had in the community and in students' lives, as you've heard. Time and again, I've heard from students who've been supported, who've been welcomed and cared for, and I know that their heart has consistently been to serve and to promote good in Isla Vista. And I believe that same character is reflected in this project, even if not immediately apparent from plans. I've seen the applicants make the meaningful changes in response to feedback, the things we've discussed, like reducing building massing or lowering the bedroom count, including adding safety upgrades. And these are improvements that I do support as a neighbor. And on parking, I get it. It's rough, and I've struggled with it too, but as we know, it's not a new problem and has been a part of Isla Vista for many years. This project didn't create it. We know stopping it won't fix it, and I think we need a more holistic solution. What I do find remarkable is that, as we've heard, while state law doesn't require it, the applicants are providing 24 car spaces, and I think that also goes to show this real care and responsibility that they have for the community. Yes, the construction will impact me directly, but I think the greater good will outweigh my own inconvenience. From what I've seen, this project represents the kind of growth we're looking for, managed responsibly and with heart. Thusly, I respectfully urge you to allow this property on Sueño Road its right to be developed. And at the end of the day, I believe this won't just be about buildings, but about students and families having a truly safe place to call home. Thank you for your time, and thank you all for your service to this community and this county.
We will now go to Dr. Claire Albrecht, to be followed by Mason Brody. Claire?
Hello, distinguished council members, Hartman, Lee, Nelson, Lavino, and Chairwoman Capps. Thank you for hearing us today. My name is Dr. Claire Albrecht, and I moved into West Campus apartments on the fringe of Isla Vista in 2016 at the start of my PhD program at UCSB. I did not become a part of Isla Vista Church until July of 2021, when I personally felt drawn into a relationship with God and back into the church. I used to have a lot of pain points around going to church when I was a kid, but I'm so glad I found a dramatically different culture that was much safer physically, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally at Isla Vista Church. I experienced so much healing and found myself immersed in a culture and community that spoke life and words of encouragement over one another, not gossip, that practiced acceptance and love, not judgment or condemnation, and served the Isla Vista community and one another instead of self-promotion. At the head of this healthy culture are Jason and Holly Lomolino, setting the example. They have been sustainably setting this example since their college days in Isla Vista. They have had such an incredible impact on the students of Isla Vista over the years by selflessly giving of their time, energy, and resources and opening their home to people in need of a safe place to land. I myself have lived with them during a season of transition after graduating. I can't wait to see all they could do with an actual building development. Before joining Isla Vista Church, I had wanted nothing to do with entering the heart of Isla Vista. My party days were behind me, and nothing about it made me want to go in there. After learning about Jesus Burgers and the love for the college students, my heart caught fire for the vision, and I wanted to be a part of providing a safe, accepting place for those partying. I can't tell you how healing it was to offer others the safety, love, and acceptance that I so wish I'd had when I was in their place. As a woman who has found myself in unhealthy and dangerous situations when I was younger, I can't emphasize how much joy it brings me that the Jesus Burgers home has the reputation of being a safe place you can go to if you're ever in a sticky situation, and many people come for that reason. It may seem like a small thing handing out free burgers, but we show up consistently every week, offering an alternative opportunity to build connection that doesn't involve drugs or alcohol. My heart has been so transformed by this service that not long after living with the Lomolinos, I helped open and still currently run a women's transition home for homeless youth in Goleta. I want to see the same kinds of development in Isla Vista. We could do so much more in service to the Isla Vista community and its students with this new development. Please approve the plans for the building project for all the future students who will be blessed by it.
We will now go to Mason Brody, to be followed by Bruce Murdoch. Mason?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mason Brody, and I'm currently an SBCC student living in Isla Vista. I live at a house run by the Mission Isla Vista organization, and I want to share a bit about my story and why I believe this housing development is so important to the future of Ivy. When I was 16 years old, I was an addict. I was addicted to ecstasy, LSD, nicotine, marijuana, codeine, Adderall, and Ritalin. It was taking a horrible toll on my life, and I genuinely could never stop. I truly tried absolutely everything you can think of to find healing, and nothing was working. At the end of the day, I just wanted to break away from reality and get high off drugs. It was the only thing that made me feel partially free of my problems. There is a lot to this story, but I will say that God and healthy community played a huge role in me getting set free from addiction. Last year, I lived at Tropicana del Norte, dorms in Isla Vista, and it was really challenging for me to live in such a party dorm after coming out of so much addiction. Now the house I live in, run by Mission Isla Vista, is a sober home that is actually helping give students a chance to come out from addiction and experience freedom, something I have a big heart for now. It is huge for me to have the chance to live in a home now that is sober and where I can be among other students my own age who want to live sober and free from drugs. I know from firsthand experience how important it is to be in a sober environment when trying to get out of addiction. Ivy doesn't have a lot of this, and Mission Isla Vista is one of the strongest organizations working towards this in Isla Vista. I am here today sharing some of my story to urge you to deny the appeal to this project and instead allow it to move forward so Isla Vista can have more opportunity for sober homes and community that allows students a chance to come away from the alcohol and drug scene so rampant in Ivy. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Bruce Murdoch, to be followed by Harry Reese. Bruce?
Good afternoon, Honorable Board of Supervisors. I'm Bruce Murdoch. I've been a 62-year resident of the Greater Goleta area, and 53 of those years where I've been living in Isla Vista. I was on the Ivy Rec and Park District Board of Directors for 16 years. I'm an old guy, and I've been here and gone through this stuff. Unfortunately, you can't erase history. As you are aware, parking is a major problem in Isla Vista. And back in the 60s, when I was here, when IV was built out, Mabel Schultz was the developer and Dan Grant was our supervisor. And he got convinced that students didn't have cars. So the R2 zoning normally for this area was converted to SR2 zoning for student residential, which allowed for reduced parking requirements. Well, that is fallacious. History has shown that this situation is patently untrue. Most residents do have cars, and moreover, buses don't run 24/7. They need their cars outside of when the buses don't run to go to their jobs, which are not in Isla Vista. The current plans for the new 45-bedroom development at 6737 Sueño has only 24 parking spaces, as you're well aware. And that's less than 1/2 parking space per resident. That just is not going to work. On-street parking is generally completely filled up in UCSB when UCSB is in session. I urge you to take a drive through Isla Vista, not now because they're not here, but after UCSB comes back in, go take a drive and drive through there. I'm getting close on time here. Please don't fall into the trap of those who don't study history are destined to repeat it. Demand on-street side parking and deny the ADP, the application. Grant the appeal. Supervisor Krantz, Capps, and Hartman are well aware of the problem. There are all kinds of parking rules that are not observed in Isla Vista, particularly parking next to red curbs, parking on curb corners, blocking stop signs, etc. So I have a lot to say here. That's fine. I urge you not to. I urge you to approve the appeal. Thank you.
We will now go to Harry Reese, to be followed by Ash Valenti. Harry?
Hello, my name is Harry Reese, and I speak in support of the Sutar appeal. My wife Sandra and I became Isla Vista homeowners in 1977, across the street from the proposed development. In 2018, I retired from UC Santa Barbara after teaching for 40 years. I served as a department chair and as a dean and participated in long-range development plans for the university community. Then, as now, housing was the most important issue raised by students, staff, faculty, and visitors. Formal considerations of new housing must squarely address the full context and history of the problems associated with parking at all times of the year and with the health, safety, and reasonable transit of its occupants. The Sutar appeal graphically illustrates the deficiencies of the applicant's development plan. It suggests a better way to move ahead. Through its citations and references, the Sutar team provides objective standards for the board to determine what is safe, prudent, and appropriate. Isn't it time we have an Isla Vista Area Planning and Development Committee to represent all the major stakeholders and review the full impact of this proposal and so many others soon to follow? With its new chancellor, UCSB may be poised to devote resources to Isla Vista infrastructure, such as installing sidewalks, securing transit to and from Isla Vista, sharing parking on campus, underwriting the enforcement of parking and traffic violations in Isla Vista, and so on. But he will not do so alone. Under county leadership, all the parties, the developers, UCSB, the CSD, the beleaguered food co-op, with dedicated interest and responsibilities, can meet to help each other, and with the best interests of the people and the community coming first. Among other things, such a committee would never compromise the health and safety of residents, visitors, service providers, pedestrians, and emergency teams under any circumstances. Under SB 330, with sufficient documentation already in place, the Board of Supervisors can exercise their own understanding of what is safe and what is not to reject or modify housing plans. I urge you to scale back the 6737 proposal and postpone approval until the current and long-term parking and transit issues for all new proposed housing structures are studied, discussed, and mitigated. Thank you.
We will now go to Ash Valenti, to be followed by Kim Yasuda. Ash?
Hello, my name is Ash Valenti. I know some of you. I live in Isla Vista. I'm on the board of the Parks Department. Just here as an individual today. All of us here today care a lot about Isla Vista, and everybody needs a safe place to live. I think we need to talk more about affordability in Isla Vista. The rates have really drastically increased, and I'm worried that adding new housing isn't going to alleviate that. You might think it would, but I don't think that's how the math works in IV. I think it might, and I think it has driven up the prices when there's brand new places that charge, $2,000 a bed, that it drives the prices up even for the older places as well. And a lot of times I think the density issue is tied to the cost. So what I wanted to see when we had that town hall was, when we were presented with, these are all the places that are, proposing new units. None of them told us what they're going to charge for those beds. Another issue that I'm worried about is all the waste that happens, especially around move out. And I think one practical solution could be encouraging places to do UCSB-style pre-furnished apartments where they have really sturdy, good quality couches and beds and desks that stay year after year, and you don't see all of that stuff going to Tehigas at the end of the year. And then another issue that my friend Arthur wanted me to mention is evacuation plans if there's fires or another emergency. I think we're all just hoping that that doesn't happen to Isla Vista, and I don't think we've really made a plan, especially if it's during a highly trafficked period of time, such as the move-in or move-out periods. So yeah, those are some of the things on my mind, and I hope we can work on it together. Thank you.
We will now go to Kim Yasuda, to be followed by Jeanette Stitch. Kim?
Greetings, everybody. I wasn't expecting to come up here, but as a long-term resident since 2004, I've raised a daughter who's now 27 in Isla Vista. I had a 96-year-old mother who lived with me in Isla Vista, and I worked with many of you on a vision for a sustainable stewardship in Isla Vista with a multi-stakeholder effort. All the placemaking efforts, Joan, Doreen Farr, the sidewalks, I've seen it all, and I would just like to advocate for what Harry just mentioned, which was the idea of giving space for areas to come together, multi-stakeholders, and undertake a visioning for, instead of a piecemeal one property at a time, that we create a group or a visioning group or a planning group to help mitigate some of these differences, these polarities. And that's really what I would like to advocate for. My neighbors, I support them in every way. Every weekend I see fire trucks and ambulances go in front of my house on Camino Corto. And I just know that there's a better way than win or loss, us or them. And I just want to advocate for collective stewardship. Thank you.
We will now go to Janet Stitch, to be followed by Rick Stitch. Janet?
Supervisors, good afternoon. My name is Janet Stitch. My husband and I have lived in Isla Vista for 25 years, and we do support the Sutar appeal. IV is made up of people and organizations that care very deeply about the consequences of your decision today. You have all the data, 70 more cars on the street with this project, cumulatively with all upcoming projects, approximately 800 more. We also have the Dixon IVCSD parking study that shows that during the school year, there is not one available parking spot in Isla Vista. Realistically, these additional cars will park in every available red curbed area, in front of fire hydrants, on the front yards, blocking driveway exits, and other unfortunate creative choices. How is it to live currently in Isla Vista with the current IV parking structure? And please extrapolate, there are 20,000 people in Isla Vista. I'm not the lone duck out there. I call the CHP multiple times a year to tow cars completely blocking my driveway. I've been unable to get my husband to the emergency room because of a blocked driveway. On an average of 4 days of every week, I have a partially blocked driveway. Because of red zone parking, I inch into every intersection in the street to see if there's an oncoming car, all the while knowing that my neighbors, young people in the prime of their lives, are not being so careful. While maddening, I do find also that I cannot fault the students for parking in the red zones, particularly at night when they may not feel safe walking many blocks home. They have no choice but to park illegally. There is no other parking. This is not a good example for them. Lack of infrastructure creates ill will. It is detrimental both socially and physically. Lack of infrastructure is a health and safety issue. I promise you, and it's why I'm here today, IV has already passed the tipping point on this issue. I concur with the request of the Sutar team. Please, on this and upcoming projects, do full due diligence. The safety and the emotional well-being of your young student constituents and the greater community actually do depend upon it. Thank you.
We will now go to Rick Stitch, to be followed by Catherine Carmichael. Rick?
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the board. My name is Rick Stitch. I'm a resident of Isla Vista, and I'm here in opposition to the project. I'm a retired professor of art, and my job is painting. Basically, that's been my life's occupation. So I want to paint you a picture, if I can. You wake up in the morning, there are no parking spaces in your neighborhood. There are several RVs that have 1 or 2 occupants in them, and they take up a couple parking spaces. Now, you or your wife has a very busy day. Perhaps she works in the emergency room or somewhere else, and your driveway is blocked. She's not going, or he is not going anywhere, right? To address your question about safety, I walk by a fire hydrant every day that has a car in front of it. I've seen blocked streets where someone's gotten out of the car and left it, double parked in the middle of the street, while skateboarders come around the other side and are either almost hit, or in my case, they were hit, 2 of them. So we've witnessed all these things for years, my wife and I, for 25 years. Now, again, I want you to imagine this is your neighborhood, and all these things have happened to you for 25 years. Do you think that's appropriate to add another 80 cars to your neighborhood? At the end of the block there, somebody wants to develop a building? That's a question I have for all of you. Do you think that's appropriate in your neighborhood? If you don't think that's appropriate in your neighborhood, why is it appropriate in our neighborhood? Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Catherine Carmichael, to be followed by Spencer Brandt. Catherine?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Catherine Carmichael, and I'm a member of the Isla Vista Community Services District Board of Directors and a proud Isla Vistan. I am here to speak with you all today about the rampant parking problem in IV. In many areas of Isla Vista, the parking congestion rate exceeds 100% due to illegal parking. Given this, it is no surprise that I have frequently driven around town for 30 minutes trying to find a place to park, only to finally find one that somehow is always a 20-minute walk from my destination. It is a daily occurrence to see cars parked in the red, on the sidewalk, double parked, or some strange parking configuration you never thought someone would even dare to try. It is clear that parking congestion and noncompliance in IV have reached unacceptable levels. This is why our Board of Directors adopted the IV Parking Action Plan and Community Mobility Plan in November of 2024, which contains 3 phases. Phase 1, initial strategies, will address some of the most immediate parking issues, including safety and accessibility, illegally parked vehicles, and will start to encourage a change in parking behavior. It will include the establishment of a parking compliance program, which will run 7 days a week and utilize 2 to 4 full-time staff to use a customer-friendly parking ambassador model of enforcement with a focus on customer service and education on parking in IV and car alternatives, other forms of transportation. Phase 2, near-term strategies, will pursue shared parking agreements with UCSB, evaluate special event permit parking management, pursue the development of residential permits, and expand car sharing and transportation alternatives. Phase 3, long-term strategies, will consider paid parking and a congestion pricing program. This plan recognizes the diverse needs of our community and will provide effective parking and mobility solutions that will enhance the overall quality of life in IV and in an equitable and proactive manner. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Spencer Brandt. Then we will go to Zoom with John Demas. Spencer?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and Supervisors. My name is Spencer Brandt. I'm the president of the Isla Vista Community Services District Board of Directors. And I'm here today to talk about parking. What else? It's the topic of the day for good reason. We've spent 4 years working with UC Santa Barbara, with the county, both with planning development as well as public works, to do a joint study of the conditions in Isla Vista. We now have the empirical data to show over a period of 12 months the situation when it comes to both on-street parking and off-street parking, private parking. And what we found is a problem that is getting worse. We found, which will be no surprise to many people in this room, a lack of, or a stark amount of illegal parking in red zones, blocking fire hydrants, as well as blocking in driveways. I believe the number reference was 106%. We have 106% of the legal parking spaces on street occupied by cars at this time. And so this study was part of a larger community engagement effort that engaged over 2,200 residents that actually even won an award from the California Special Districts Association because of how comprehensive it was. And we, as a community, have done a lot of discussion. We think that now is the time on parking to move towards action. And so our board of directors has firmly requested from the county that partnership to be able to get started on the parking program. And that means two things. First is a formal delegation of authority to enforce parking on county roadways. And the second is funding to help with the startup costs while the program is not in its revenue neutral phase yet. We think that there's funding from the former Isla Vista Redevelopment Agency impact fees that were collected to address parking impacts that could be useful in that. So I want to thank you for your time and attention to this issue and allowing me to shed some light on the parking angle. Thank you.
We will now go to Zoom. Oh.
If I may, I'll just give an update that in 2 weeks, like I mentioned, we're going to be bringing back an item that addresses those requests.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We will now go to Zoom with John Demas to be followed by Julia Barbosa. John?
Thank you, County Board of Supervisors, for listening to our words on this. I guess to introduce myself, I think I first met Supervisor Capps at a Google Quantum AI meeting back in 2022, probably right before you were about to assume this position, because I put a lot of effort into trying to improve the economic outcomes of Santa Barbara, Goleta. There are a lot of really devastating stories. You heard some of those at the start of the public comments here, which we've experienced a lot and try to help people with a lot. Local stories that are quite heartbreaking, actually. Some of you may know that Santa Barbara County, not just our area, but the county is, ranks #2 in highest poverty rates in the entire state of California. So my wife and I and other friends and ours, we really care a lot about trying to improve the economic outcomes of people that live here. I want people that live here to be able to get great jobs. I want them to be safe. I want people's children to be safe when they go to school at UC Santa Barbara, for example. And the main thing I think I want to mention is that we have really seen a huge positive impact from Mission Isla Vista's involvement. And the purpose of this project, as I understand it, is really to improve that impact. We've again, Jason Lomolino mentioned a number of the different efforts they put into the community, really sewing into the community and trying to help make safe spaces for students. And we have literally seen people who have grown up here in Goleta, for example, had their economic outcomes and even just their, potentially what would have continued a negative outcome actually turned around, getting, good jobs, breaking cycles that have been generational. So I just want to put that out there that outside of the parking situation, the positive impact on the community is something that Isla Vista development is maybe not really well known for. And to have a development that is focusing on that positive impact, I think is really important. On that note, blocking a development is the same as approving the previous development. So blocking a development that has higher modern standards is equivalent to saying we actually prefer old buildings that are below standards. So there is an opportunity cost to blocking development. And then lastly, most of the conversation has been over parking. Most of the complaints have been over parking. And I think someone mentioned earlier, the proper solution to parking and parking in front of fire hydrants and blocking red zones is to enforce the parking rules. Thank you for taking my comments. Appreciate it.
And we will now go to our final speaker, Julia Barbosa. Julia?
One night earlier this year, I had to run an urgent errand around 11:30 p.m., but could not exit my property because my driveway was completely blocked by an illegally parked car. The proceedings to get the car towed with the assistance of CHP took over an hour, at which point the driver, who had been parking blocks away, came to collect his vehicle at nearly 1 a.m. This was not an isolated event. I have had to tow away several vehicles blocking my driveway, despite the unequivocally clear sign posted that all illegally parked vehicles will be towed at owner's expense. Every day, there are multiple cars sticking out of corners, parked in red zones, blocking sideway access ramps and fire hydrants. Service and utility vehicles are routinely forced to double park because red zones are not available, while college students dangerously zigzag on bikes and scooters around. Let's not forget the 103% capacity during the school year is not taking into account daylighting law AB 413, which is currently not being enforced, or those stats will look even worse. When I rode bikes with my young child to the IV Community Center for a town hall meeting concerning this very topic, we nearly got into a collision at an intersection on Sabato Tardi due to poor visibility because of illegally parked cars. I believe the projected impact of this project is understated by the developer. Residents informally know that 3-person to a bedroom is a common rate of occupancy for their other properties, which could potentially bring another 70, 80 cars to the streets of Isla Vista if this is approved. The applicant claims that this project will not have a significant proportionate impact on street parking, but the absolute number of cars will still bring in more than the neighborhood can possibly bear. I would also like to point out that some residents of 880 Camino del Sur, another property owned by the applicant and referred to earlier in this meeting, admittedly used the sterile park public law to park their vehicles in order to avoid paying for the parking on their property. One of these students, in fact, had to be confronted by a local resident for illegally using the handicap spot, no less, for his overnight parking needs. Isla Vista simply does not have the infrastructure or the law enforcement to support this level of growth. The recent wave of much smaller building projects currently underway have already had a noticeable impact on the parking availability just by taking away empty lots that had previously been unofficially used as parking lots by the students. We are bracing for the impact of full occupancy when the fall session starts. I understand that there is legal pressure put on the county by the state to accept projects like these, but the potential liability and legal ramifications of significantly and irreversibly increasing density with a precedent-setting project of this magnitude is something I believe that the county should also not disregard, considering serious preventable traffic accidents are on the rise. I would like to ask the board to please deny this development or request that it be scaled back significantly for the health and safety of Isla Vista. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you to all the members of the public for speaking. We'll move to the appellant rebuttal.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Oh, yeah, County Council.
So I noticed that during the public comment, there were some speakers that were on behalf of Mission Isla Vista LLC. So we looked to confirm, and that entity is also an applicant. And so we usually make sure that applicants and appellants have even time. So I think it would be appropriate, and I would recommend that you provide additional time to the appellant to even out the time. And I think it would be about 10 minutes.
Okay, that sounds good.
Chair Capps, members of the board, I just wanted to further clarify that would be the 10 minutes on top of the 3 minutes for rebuttal.
So 10 minutes in addition to the 13 minutes in addition to the appellant, if you choose.
But Mr. Shatillo does not need to take it all, correct? Is that your legal opinion?
Okay, thank you. That he use all the time.
1:30 in the afternoon. We've not had lunch yet, so I will not do that to you. If I could have our presentation back up, I'll just put one slide on. And thank you, County Council Van Mullum and Clerk for noting that. We contemplated whether we were going to raise it or not, and appreciate the really heartfelt comments from the Mission IV folks and their perspective. And just, you know, that's been a past use of this property that's now going to be changed. And what we've heard from the developer, here you go, I could drive from here. Thank you. Is that this is really just going to be a market rate development. It's going to be managed by the St. George Associates. So, and it's providing a core housing function, and I'm not sure the relevance or connection to Mission IV. It's clearly they've provided a lot of good use function to the community and values to the community. But what we have before you is a project that has 45 bedrooms in an area that's zoned for 10. The applicant made what I'll call kind of a sky is falling argument that, well, if you deny this project, there'll never, ever be another multifamily housing project in Isla Vista. I don't think that's really fair because Isla Vista has been zoned for medium density student housing in the outer areas, and closer to campus, it's high density student housing, 30 units per acre or 20 units per acre. And for this project, under the 20 units per acre, it's 10 or 11 units, and they're bumping it up to 16. But I think there will, what we're asking for the board to do is to recognize that there are some limits to what Isla Vista can contain, what is sustainable for Isla Vista. And so initiating CEQA review for this project, suggesting this project and its cumulative impacts to CEQA review is the right vehicle for getting that issue addressed. CEQA is a public engagement and disclosure process and document. It's not intended to be a penalty. It's not supposed to stop anything. It's supposed to provide a vehicle for you to have information, for the community to be able to be engaged, and to identify alternatives and mitigation measures that can avoid significant impacts. So that's really our main request at the end of the day. It's concerning that the applicant acknowledge that as they're planning projects, they look at the precedent for other projects. So approval of this project will beget more similar projects. And again, there are elements of this project that are great, that are appropriate. The affordable housing piece, the fact that there's voluntary parking, excellent. But there's too much still. We're still trying to get 8 pounds of flour into the 5-pound bag. And so the consequence are tangible impacts that I'll close with in just a moment that provide the opportunity to conduct CEQA review. It was a great question, Chair Capps. How is it compatible with the community? Well, because it meets the zoning standards, but it really doesn't. The zoning is 20 units per acre, and so instead of 11 units and 10 bedrooms, we actually are looking at least 45 bedrooms, and potentially 55 bedrooms if you count the dining rooms, if they wind up going that way. So we're looking at least 5 times the allowable density, the allowable uses, as opposed to the zoning. So other than that, I didn't hear any explanations of why it's compatible, and compatibility is a CEQA trigger. You can look at a project, and if it's not compatible, not only do you have to make findings of compatibility, but that's also a basis for you to trigger the requirement of doing an environmental impact report or some additional review. I want to touch briefly on concessions, and then I'll close on CEQA. Concessions are a tool that are authorized by the bonus density law. And by the fact that this project includes over 20% affordable housing, they're allowed to have 3 concessions. If they did more benefits, they would get 4 concessions, but they don't, they get 3. That's the way they've designed it. And they're using all 3. They can't come around and decide to add another concession in to address the LCP inconsistency, the 80 square feet per occupant requirement. That's a 4th concession, and they don't have 4 to use. They have 3. So that's another example of why the project is incompatible. So in our closing argument, our closing contention and request is that you recognize there will be impacts associated with this, with the amount of parking. And that translates, that's both from, it translates to public safety from parking congestion by the nexus of lost visibility, lines of sight as you're a pedestrian walking around IV, or you're a driver driving around IV and you're trying to find a parking space or safely get to class. You're having to go in between tightly parked cars. You have to step out in crosswalks that are partially blocked by cars. You've got then a long walk, as one of the speakers just mentioned, where you actually do find the parking space and you're walking for 20 minutes to get to your destination. So you're exposed to that many more potential risks. And then you've got the cruising factor. We submitted in our exhibits an article from Donald Shoup explaining how parking density, parking overcapacity leads to people trolling looking for parking. We've all been there, and that then increases the opportunity for additional public conflicts between bicyclists and pedestrians. So there's empirical evidence that the parking congestion causes a public safety impact, and your board is authorized to be able to find that. Short of that, even without that justification, you can send this back to do environmental review. If there are cumulative impacts, if the project contributes to the direct and cumulative impacts to adding in the 450 other bedrooms that are coming, to aesthetics, to policy consistency, and it's not only the local coastal plan policy, but the other policies that are out. The zoning compatibility, it is not compatible with the zoning. That's an indication that something can trigger a significant impact, and when it's grossly out of proportion to the zoning, it's incompatible. That's a CEQA trigger that you can use as a potentially significant impact or require environmental review. Impacts to public safety are recognized as a significant potential CEQA impact, both to bikes and pedestrians. Impairment of public access, both for circulation purposes as well as for evacuation in emergency circumstances. And we all know too well Isla Vista's history with street parties, with other, we've had histories of tornadoes, flooding, and other mass casualty events associated with the street parties and others that have all contributed to moments where evacuation is particularly important. It is in a tsunami exposure zone. So with all of those pieces together, we would ask that your board recognize that this project is just too much for this site. You have the legal authority to be able to make it right. We want a project to proceed on this property. We want it to be the right project for IV and to set that precedent so that in the future, this developer and others will recognize what they need to do in order to respect the character and integrity of Isla Vista and produce projects that we all are proud of. With that, I appreciate the time and I will yield. And if there are any questions, I'll be available. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions for the appellant? Okay, then we have rebuttal from the applicant.
Thank you so much. I would like to state that Mission Isla Vista will be part of this project after it is built. Due to the number of units, an on-site manager is required, so they will be that on-site manager. So their efforts that are currently underway on the site, they will continue those ethos through the proposed project, so that will not be lost here. There are a lot of assumptions that the appellant is making on the project. They are assuming the number of occupants. They are assuming that each occupant will bring a car, and these are just simply not the case. It's them reading into the project. Regarding this policy 2-22, we have never denied the existence of this policy. We have never said that we don't believe the project needs to be consistent with it. That is, once again, them just reading into and saying that the project isn't consistent with that. When, as stated, the bedrooms are currently more than 80 square feet. And if the developer wants double occupancy in those, through construction documents, those bedrooms will be increased to 160 feet. The units themselves are sized adequately to accommodate that. So we're not denying that policy, and we're not saying that the project is looking for a concession or it's not applicable to us. So we accept that policy. And all of the issues that they have brought up relative to Isla Vista, those are all existing conditions as staff brought up. They're baseline conditions. The property and the proposed development will not substantially contribute to exacerbating them beyond what they already are, nor can the project, even in a reduced form, solve those problems. So we agree with many of the speakers that kind of the holistic community-wide approach is needed here. And as stated earlier, we think the enforcement of parking is a good first step to try to solve that issue and provide that incentive structure for residents and tenants to not provide a car or not bring cars to Isla Vista. As stated, many of the residents, once they're in Isla Vista, they use active transportation methods. So they don't need those cars, they just sit there. So we believe countywide enforcement efforts will help solve that problem, which this project by itself cannot solve. And the applicant is in support of that. And let's see, what else? Regarding kind of the straw man argument that they said, if the county holds to this 2 parking spaces per bedroom, there will not be any new housing developments in Isla Vista. If you look at what's out there, most of those housing projects were built prior to that parking standard being created or imposed, and the newer housing developments have not utilized that parking standard. They have utilized state density bonus or other parking standards because it is just infeasible to build to that parking standard. As I stated in my presentation, you can see the square footages. To an 80 square foot bedroom, you need around 550 square feet of parking lot area for a single bedroom. It's just not feasible for developers to solve that issue. You're asking for them to build essentially public parking lots for the community, which is not reasonable. We believe in a community-wide approach in Isla Vista. We believe that this project balances that. Again, we look at precedent. State density bonus parking ratios have been utilized for newer projects in Isla Vista, and they have been successful. So that is what we have applied to this project. We believe it is compatible, again, looking at 1 story above what's allowed on the base zoning, and that's been applied on many other housing projects in Isla Vista. We understand there's this effect of the first project in, and it looks different or it looks like a bad example, but someone has to be first in. Unfortunately, that's going to be us in this case. Again, those 4-story buildings and other blocks in Isla Vista, those were the first ones in. It's just something that's commonly done, and unfortunately, this is going to be the first project. And it is also a very unique site in that it is very large, so the development footprint gets a little bit different than what would be able to be done on other sites in Isla Vista just due to the smaller lot size. So we believe that this project is compatible. We believe that it's considerate to the neighborhood. We believe that staff has done the adequate review of the project, and we believe that the project should be approved as submitted. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Roy.
I do have a question.
Yeah, Supervisor Hartman has a question.
Is this to be designated as a sober living?
What's that?
Is this to be dedicated as a sober living facility?
It's not part of the project proposal, no.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. I was a little bit more curious about the mission Isla Vista. You said that they're going to be staying on as the on-site manager, but it sounds like they're going to have more activities around the housing there, or is it just going to be that the leaders of that ministry are living there? I'm just trying to understand that coordination that wasn't emphasized in this presentation today, and I was intrigued by it. So any other additional color you can provide for me would be
So they'll be the
educational.
managers, and they're kind of, again, they help counsel the community quite a bit, so they will continue those efforts for tenants of this development. We believe that there will be a lot of applicants that are kind of part of their association, although it's not necessarily a requirement. And they will continue to kind of hold these community events and make sure that this local apartment community will be a safe space for all the tenants who habitate there.
Okay, well, thank you. And I thought Joanna's comments were some of the highlights of today's presentation. So thank you.
So, Mr. Roy, thanks for being here. Just to clarify, what's your role with the applicant? You're the developer?
I'm the land use planner and agent for the property owner.
So how many, rough number, how many projects are there in Isla Vista? I know roughly 20 are coming online, but in addition to how many?
Relative to what?
Like how many exist by Mr. St. George currently?
I don't have that number off
I mean,
the top of my
just
head. I
is it
believe
40? Is
the
it
kind
50?
of
Is it
20 number might be a little bit high, but it's probably around there. It might be
So
more
there's
like
dozens
15.
though currently?
Correct, but majority of them are ADUs.
Sure.
Larger housing projects like this, there's 3. One of them is the 971 Embarcadero Del Mar, and then there's the Camino Pascadero project that was recently approved.
Because where I'm going with that question is you talk about needing a holistic approach, but wouldn't Mr. St. George be accountable for being part of that holistic approach for the impacts of the development, for the impacts of parking, for the impacts of the new development? And, we've tried to engage and I know you attended a meeting with some of the residents, and I would just argue that it's not just the responsibility of the county or the university. I mean, we can always point fingers, but we need a solution. It's clear as day that we need a solution. And there's a lot of profit to be made here in Isla Vista. I think I don't know if you have the number off the top of your head, but I can certainly ask those who live in Isla Vista, what's the going rate for market rate for a one-bedroom place?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
It's $2,000 to $3,000 a month. Is that accurate? Yeah. So that's a fair amount of money. And I just hear, again, anecdotally, that security deposits don't get returned. So I would just say, and I would love to, use the ability of my office to engage for this holistic approach. We heard Director Plowman say that we need to do this, but I would just put forward that it's not someone else's responsibility if you're the applicant is such a major developer and owner, and he, when we met with him, he conveyed his deep commitment and love for Isla Vista. So I would just put that forward. And you said that there's a lot of assumptions made, but I think those assumptions are fair. I don't know if you have different experience from the other other properties, but people do cram tenants into a one-bedroom. So it's not like these assumptions are being made out of thin air. This is stories that we've heard repeatedly, time and time again. We know that this is not sort of worries that are just people wringing their hands, but actual life experiences. But if you're here to tell us that this is somehow going to be different, I think that might be the nature of the questions. Like, is this going to be a different type of project? But the answer is that's not going to be.
It's going to be a different type of.
But that's not in the plan.
Because it's different.
There's no guarantees of that. Is that correct?
Well, it's a difference between how something's operated and how it is approved. How it's operated isn't really a zoning issue, so it doesn't get embedded into the plans. So it's just a difference in that perspective. But it will be different from his other projects in terms of he's not going to be as involved in this because Mission Isla Vista will be doing the hands-on management of the property and of the tenants. So it won't be necessarily part of the other portfolio. And regarding the occupancy, again, I'm not part of leasing, so I don't necessarily have as much of that information. From what I've been told, triple occupancies are not really as viable out there anymore. There are not as many rentals or people wanting to cohabitate in triple occupancies. So it's mostly doubles and single occupancies, at least for what I've been told. from
Okay.
his properties.
All right, Supervisor Lee.
So during public comment, a lot of the supporters of this project talk about faith, how they're going to use this facility. So my question to you, is this going to be a residential building or is it a place of worship?
It's a residential building.
Okay, so people are not going to congregate, hold parties, Jesus burgers?
No.
No? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that's it for my questions. If we're ready for deliberation, maybe I'll.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
There was just a few things I think are important for the board to
sure.
understand as you move forward into deliberations. One clarification, there's been talk about compatibility, and that is a subjective finding, and we are required to use objective standards. So compatibility is not a factor when we're considering the project. I do also want to say, though, that it was anticipated that this would be an area that would transition to higher density than single-family homes because it was zoned for that. So it's been in the works for some time. It's just that the transition has taken longer than maybe it was anticipated when the properties were zoned that way.
Okay.
The other thing I want to point out is that the applicant does have access to 4 concessions, given the amount of affordability they have at the very low income level. So that is just one incorrect statement that I heard in the testimony. And that's it.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, it's in your district. I didn't know if you wanted to lead off or close.
Yeah, I do. Thank you.
Okay.
I'd rather lead if that's okay. Madam Clerk has a quick announcement, though.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps and members of the board. I have a brief announcement clarifying the first motion that was made on this item. As the board is aware, a replacement PowerPoint was submitted by the appellant and marked as a late submittal. The board voted to accept the late submittal with a 3-2 vote, with Supervisors Lavanino and Nelson voting no. Under Resolution 91-333, a 4/5 vote is actually required to accept late submissions into the record. With a final vote of 3-2, the motion did not pass. However, because the applicant presented the PowerPoint during their presentation, it is included in the record, so I just wanted to note that. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I'm sorry, there's one thing I forgot to mention. If the board is interested in working with the applicant to change the project description about securing parking for the lower income units, we would need maybe 10-minute break to work to present some language to the applicant to see if it was acceptable.
Okay. Well, I'm definitely interested in that. But okay, well, I'll just kick us off. Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. So yeah, I mean, this is a challenging one. Again, it's not a surprise. I don't believe that the Planning Commission took 3 hearings on this and ended up being a 3-2 vote after a lengthy hearing, the final one. You know, we need more housing in Isla Vista. I appreciate that the appellant has indicated that and agrees, as I do, that this is a place that needs more housing. It's a high poverty area. I appreciate that this has affordability, and this is much needed. We have a market imbalance. So many things are going right for this project. Yet I don't think it meets the mark for a lot of the reasons being discussed, and the fact that the parking situation really is off balance. So as I dove in and met with residents and met with the developer, and really, again, watched the entire Planning Commission deliberations, I was very much appreciative of their work and appreciative of the District 1 and District 2 planning commissioners for their perspective, especially Commissioner Cooney, who said, I think that more concessions could be potentially reached here. And when we met with Mr. St. George and Mr. Roy last week, that's what we asked for. Is there more that you can give? Because I believe there is more that can be given here, and that we could actually get a project that achieved more of the objectives to achieve the balance. It's hard, but I think that's what we're up here to try to do. We need a project in this place, but we also need to not just sort of say our hands are tied when it comes to parking. There's nothing we can do. We have some plans in the works, but it takes developers who benefit from the financial factors of these developments to be part of the solution as well, even when they're not necessarily required to be. So I am just going to, well, my position on this is not to deny it, but to say, again, I said it nicely last week, and now I'm saying it more formally, can you do more? And I'm going prepared, after I hear deliberation, where I am right now, is to make a motion to continue this with the hope that more can be done for the surrounding area. And I encourage anyone to just drive down that street, and I believe that you will see where I'm coming from. It is a very sleepy part of Isla Vista. The rest of Isla Vista, I would not have this same reaction, where there's high-density, 4-story buildings, a lot of commerce. This is a place where working families, kids, it's near the school. There are already too many cars, all the things that have been discussed. So my position is I believe that the applicant can do more given how much is already on the table. That's where I am. Anyone else? Supervisor Lavanino.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. And first off, I want to just say I really appreciate the work the Lomelinos have done in Isla Vista. I didn't know anything about it. I really applaud your work, and the county could use more people like you. Amazing work there. I think there's a comment that's often attributed to Thomas Jefferson, but I don't think he actually said it, but it's the government closest to the people serves the people the best. And the inverse is also true, is the farther away you get from a community, the tougher the decisions are to make for that community. And so that's what I think we see here today is, and I think Greg Hart was an awesome colleague, and I don't blame him or any other state legislator. They were looking at a massive problem is we just don't have enough affordable housing. And they tried to make these rules to force us to build affordable housing. The problem is real world implementation of that falls to us. And so there was a reason why this was difficult at the Planning Commission too, because we all know and see the need for affordable housing. And we all know the new state mandates open the door for developers to not only maximize the footprint, but like in a case like this, to me, it feels like we're just ignoring common sense planning. I'm not a land use expert, but I also look at a project and rarely do I have too many problems with land use development. I think Mr. Chattillo would agree to that. But this case, it just doesn't make common sense. I can't ignore the transportation imaging mapping system data. And I can understand, I feel like we're in this position now where I understand where maybe a planning commissioner would want to step down or throw their hands up because, and we're seeing this everywhere else in society, we're seeing kiosks replace people, right? It's like, well, this is mandated, this is what it is, and this is how it goes down. And if we're going to have these state mandates that dictate to us how we're going to develop, we might as well just go home and let it happen. So I understand that my position does come with some risk because we're pushing back against the state. But I also know that if I approve this project as it currently is, there's public safety risks also that I just can't ignore. We only talked a little bit about like an updated evacuation plan. I can't even imagine, honestly, if I woke up and somebody's blocking my driveway, regardless if I have to go to the hospital or not. I happen to have a clunker also, and I would be moving that car out of the way. So, 400 to 450 more bedrooms, 800 more cars. We've got to come up with a plan. We can't piecemeal this through this way. It's just not going to work. And so I would support your plan of, let's sit down with the developer. We need, we appreciate the fact of what you're doing there, what you want to do there. The end goal is a little bit different, but the system that we have set up right now is just not going to work. 106%, we're already oversubscribed in parking. And to me, enforcement, you know, when I was that age, honestly, I just got tickets and didn't really pay too much attention to them till later when the car was missing, you know, and you're like, all right, what happened this time? They actually took it serious. But if you don't have anywhere for that person to go, that's the other thing. Is like, okay, so I can't park here. You're telling me I can't park here and you're going to enforce it. Well, where do I park? Because there is no parking. And I'm probably not going to give up my car because I might have a job somewhere or I've got to do something every once in a while and go somewhere. So forcing everybody to go get a bike, I also think is probably not reasonable. I don't know what the solution is, and we've probably been looking at this for 20, 30 years, and no one's come up with anything yet. But at least I think with IVCSD, this is something that they're tackling and looking at, and I think with our help of helping them fund some of this and working together on coming up with a solution, we've got the baby steps there. We've just got to get it in before all this development kicks in. Because even if you weren't doing these massive developments, I see it in Santa Maria now. You go on the west side of Santa Maria, you can't find a place to park on any street because the continued proliferation of ADUs is taking what used to be a 2-bedroom house, and now you've got 6 bedrooms on the same location. And it just doesn't pencil out. So I support your position, and we'll be ready to vote on that.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
I think there was clearly substantial evidence in the record to show that there are some public safety risks here as things currently stand with the accidents and the evacuation. So I think that these things can be addressed, but they haven't been addressed. And until we have some assurance that they will be addressed, I don't think we can continue to add to the problem. And I agree with what Supervisor Lavanino said on 2 counts. We have to figure out some way to look at this as a whole. We're in a tunnel, and you're telling us we can't get out of that tunnel. And we're telling you that that has implications for decades, that we just can't be the ones to sign off on that. And I also, the IV Mission Church, that is so needed in that community. But the problem with Isla Vista is that there's tremendous imbalance in the adults, the people who can care for students, and the student population. And Isla Vista is a census-designated place. It's the #1 densest CDP in California. It's #8 in the entire United States. So, and the problem in Isla Vista is that it's almost all 18 to 22-year-olds in an institution that's known as a party school. It's a very serious academic school, but there is a lot of drinking, there is a lot of drugs, there is a lot of risk-taking that really compromises the safety of young people. And every time we see somebody injured, somebody dying, we feel that up here. We feel that through the entire community. What can we do to make it safer? Our long-term goal was to make the university, damn it, build the housing for the students that they're supposed to build. By 2025, it was supposed to be 5,000 homes, and they're still diddling. And they're increasing their enrollment. The idea was the students would move onto campus. UCLA, far more constrained than UCSB, has done this. For 4 years, students can live on campus, and they can get the kind of support they need for physical health, mental health, social development. Instead, what this university has done is push it into Isla Vista, an unincorporated area, and asked us to pay and figure this out. And the result has not been good for students. And so charitable organizations try to step up and fill in, but that isn't a system. That's not a structure. That's not responsible. That's not us doing our job. That's not the university doing its job. And so I think that by allowing us allowing developers to come in and put in these bedrooms, that we know from experience are going to be more than one person living in a bedroom, we're creating more crowding and more of these conditions. And I can't do it, but I would like to see a condition where we take the objective standard of the 80 square foot bedroom for each occupant, and we limit overcrowding by saying that you can't rent to more people than you have that space for. Otherwise, we are in a situation there where you've got a lot of predatory landlords, and they're just, and students are desperate, and they will pay the high rents, and they will crowd in. My chief of staff lived in a closet while she was at UCSB, and that's what kids will do. And it's not good for their learning, it's not good for their mental health, it's not good for their safety. And so unless we can figure out how to make this less dense and put requirements on landlords to limit the occupants to the number of bedrooms that they have 80 square feet to support, we're not going to make a dent in this. So there's no way in hell that I could support this.
All right, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. Just a quick question for council. I know in some projects where we have appeals, you guys provide facilitation. Was that done with this project?
Supervisor Nelson, members of the board, no, that was not done on this project.
Well, I just think,
It does qualify for that since it's a third-party appeal.
okay, I just think that might be good with what Supervisor or Chair Capps is suggesting, is both parties potentially, sounds like the motion's heading in that direction, that would be maybe good for all parties to get together, and maybe if council can potentially provide that facilitation, that might have some value here. So I know we can't direct that of the parties, but we would strongly recommend it, hoping that it might lead to some solutions here. I think Supervisor Lavanino hit on a lot of my concerns and frustrations with Sacramento and their obsession with taking away local control. It messes up with all the incentives. With bonus density now, I think as a supervisor, I don't want to zone things. I don't want to act in good faith to upzone things, because we upzone it to a certain density, and then the state is going to go double or triple that. So it takes away our opportunity to actually work on something and actually have some local control, and I just think that's really destructive. And and as far as the cars, I think this is exactly what Sacramento wanted. I mean, they want you guys to stop driving cars, so they're just going to make as much traffic as possible and as much parking issues as possible till you finally quit. And unfortunately, that amount of social engineering is not working in that college community or in the state as a whole, and I just think it's really unfortunate that that's being ignored here. I think that I'm going to go ahead and support the chair's direction to maybe extend this from here on a little further to see what more can be done here. It is very frustrating for me as an elected to try to work through these processes that we know that there's a safety concern here. We know it's not caused necessarily by this project, but when you know that there's a problem and you contribute to exacerbating or to making it worse, you're part of that. So I think right here we have to do everything in our power that we have up here on this dais to alleviate that in whatever form or fashion that we can before this thing eventually is approved. So again, I'll support a motion from the chair.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Lee.
Well, I just wanted to quote First District County Planner Michael Cooney about what he said about this project. He said, "What has been done is put lipstick on a pig." Now, I don't know where I'm going with this, but I thought it was pretty good quote. But what I do know is that I would not support a project like this in my district. So I agree with all the comments. I will support Supervisor Capps' decision and motion.
Well, thank you for the support, and thank you. Like I spoke about earlier, it's our job to kind of zoom back, and I know we all wrestle with the context of Isla Vista, and I feel like we're getting there, and we need to really look at the big picture here and not take this project by project, piecemeal by piecemeal, and we have to do this. So thank you for the passion. Thank you for the commitment. I'm going to work with the applicant and the planning director, and we'll bring this back. That we do have one more hearing, so this is absolutely fine to just continue this. I think that's the motion that I would be making. With that, I need a second.
Second.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Are we good? Okay. With that, we will move into closed session before we adjourn.
Madam Chair, members of the board. For closed session, I'll just do the announcement really quick.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
So the board is scheduled to consider 2 items of existing litigation: Isla Vista Owner LLC versus the county, and Gardner versus the county. Both are Santa Barbara County Superior Court cases. And then existing litigation where the board is sitting both as the board of directors for the Santa Barbara County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, and that's Central Coast Water Authority versus Santa Barbara County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, also a Santa Barbara County Superior Court case, and the estimate is about 45 minutes.
Great. I know. Okay, we are back from closed session. County Council, could you please give us the report?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on 3 items of existing litigation: Isla Vista owner versus the county, Garner versus the county, and Central Coast Water Authority versus the Flood Control District, and the board took no reportable action.
Okay, we will adjourn till next week. Thanks.